Morena, thank you very much for that. We'll commence with the hearing, and I'll just start by us introducing ourselves, then I'll go around the room and get everybody else to introduce themselves. Submitters, the hearing is actually being recorded, so if you want to ask questions, you'll need to come up to the front and speak into the microphone, please, at any stage. So if there are questions of clarification of witnesses, you will need to do that. So just starting, I'll get Rao to introduce himself if he hasn't done so already.
Well, that's my name. I'm Raudu Kirikiri. I live in Wellington, which is supposedly the capital of New Zealand, but I actually come from the real capital, which is Te Kaha, just around the other side of this bay. Yeah, I know this area pretty well. It's part of my home anyway, and it's always good to be back in this bay as opposed to the Bay of Plenty.
So my name is Peter Callender. I'm a water resources scientist and an independent commissioner. I'm from Christchurch.
And my name's Brent Cowie. I've got a background in water resource management. I'm an aquatic ecologist by training a long time ago. I've been involved in resource management for just about 40 years now, including 12 years when I ran resource management at Manawatu Whanganui, and I've been an independent consultant for the last 20 years. So I've done well over 100 consent hearings, including, I think, with at least one of you in the room, with a number of you involved with other hats on in that regard, and also a number of quite large plan changes, and one very small one for Gisborne District Council a while ago. So just to make some introductory comments, can everybody hear me all right? Just, okay. So what I'll do first of all is just go around the room, get everybody to introduce themselves. So submitters might need to shout a bit if you don't want to come up to the microphone. And then I'll make those introductory comments. So if we can start with the applicant's representatives.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rachel Zamy, toko ingoa, and I am legal counsel for the applicant, which is the Community Lifeline section of Gisborne District Council.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Ian Mayhew, I'm the planner for Gisborne District Council as applicant.
Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Wolfgang Katz, I'm the Full Water Strategy Advisor who has been working on the Great Mines program.
Kia ora katoa. I'm Nick West, I'm the Full Water Infrastructure Manager. Kia ora tātou, my name is Dave Wilson, I'm the Director of Community Lifelines at Council.
Katharina. And perhaps Katerina, while you're there, can you just tell, so people can contact you if they need to, can you give them people your cell phone number out loud, please?
Sure. Number 021297479.
Thank you. You don't need to stand up.
Pete Wilson, I'm the quality scientist with
A submitter, Zane gives us no the same.
Thank you, Zane. One of you needs to go next.
Sorry. Stand forward.
Thank you.
Jan called the rest of 9 Molony Street in
Sorry, I can't hear you. Right, thank you. We seem to have lots of planners in the room. We're overwhelmed. Is there anybody who's not a planner? GDC?
I do a lot of planning, but not the
Thank you. And round the left of the room, please. Sorry, your name is Winston. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Juliet Mill from NIWA. I'm here to for the Consent Authority on Human and Environmental Health Effects.
Tēnā koutou katoa, koutou wirika tēnei. I'm a planner and I have been engaged by the District Council as the Consent Authority to provide the Section 42A planning report, which has been pre-circulated.
Hi, I'm Simon Aiken. I'm a water resources scientist at Tonkin & Taylor, and I've been engaged by the Consent Authority to provide expertise in wastewater engineering.
Okay, thank you very much for that, everyone. You're welcome to come and go as you like. If you do want to have conversations with other people, it would be good if you left the room because it is quite distracting. So if you want to go out and discuss things, you're very welcome to, but preferably not in here. So just some other introductory matters. First of all, we're all independent commissioners. Peter and I are both from Christchurch. Raoul, as he said, lives in Wellington, but doesn't Whakapāpata there. And we're independent because the council is both the applicant and the consent authority in this case. So it's important that we are that. We did a site visit yesterday. I must say it wasn't one of the it was one of the more memorable site visits, but for the wrong reasons, because it was bucketing with rain and two of us hadn't had our bags arrive, and they didn't arrive till 9:30 last night. But we did go to a number of sites, including particularly the main overflow point down near the whatever it is, bridge. There's something or another bridge, street bridge, the name slipped, the name's gone out of my mind. Yeah, the main one that goes to the port. And we went up to Seymour Street, Terrene Street, saw that, and saw 2 or 3 other significant overflow points at various parts around the Taruhiru and the Waimata rivers. So we did get a reasonable look around, although 2 of us at least, or all 3 of us, I think, were a bit reluctant to leave the car, to be quite honest. This was when it was bucketing down yesterday. So we have seen that. And we thank Mike and Michael for showing us around. So that was really good. There is a draft timetable out. We probably will not follow it exactly. In fact, we probably won't follow it very much at all. Today, we will hopefully get through the applicant's case. Tomorrow, we will hear from submitters, and we anticipate on Thursday morning that there will be a further round of discussions, particularly in relation to several matters. You've met Katerina. There has been some additional material tabled this morning, which is legal submissions from Rachel. So I think that's all we've got, plus another whole other piles of paper that I.
Yes, there are a few other piles of paper. So first of all.
Yep, got that. Yep. Sure.
And the last matter is we have prepared this map booklet, which produces some of the maps from either the application. It's really just to provide people with copies and it's like large scale, so they're here, but it's great. And I think the other thing that we have done is prepare some of the graphics from the evidence onto a PowerPoint so that they can be displayed in the witness evidence. So that's all.
Thank you. Just a few other matters. Just the hearing procedure is reasonably well set down. Applicant goes first, submitters, then the reporting officers, and then the applicant has the final right of reply, which I've already said we expect in writing. We'll discuss a time for how long that's going to be after the hearing is adjourned. We've read all the evidence, at least I've been through it all. I wouldn't say I've read every line, but certainly read all the evidence, and I've read all the AE appendices, but reasonably quickly. We will discuss conditions with the applicant and the reporting officers. That doesn't mean there's any presumption that the consents will be granted. But if they are, what we will try and do is get a level of consensus about what conditions are appropriate or might be appropriate for the applications to be granted if they are. There's an exit out there. In fact, there's 2 exits. Toilets, I think, are just along the corridor, if I remember correctly. As I said earlier, you're free to come and go. Are there any questions at this time, please? Okay, Rachel. One other thing, people are welcome to ask questions, but they have to be through me, and they have to be questions of clarification. You can't cross-examine people. Of course, that doesn't necessarily apply to us, but generally they should be questions of clarification. And any submitter wants to ask a question of clarification, if you just stand up, identify yourself, and shout your question so we can all hear it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My legal submissions have already been tabled in advance, so parts of them I will read and then parts I will just speak to or summarise just to move through them a little bit more quickly. This application relates to overflows from critical wastewater infrastructure for the City of Gisborne. The applicant, as you've heard, is the Community Lifeline section, who are responsible for maintaining and operating the Gisborne wastewater system. The Gisborne wastewater system is set out in the application and in the evidence of Mr. West for the applicant. It services a population of 32,579 through approximately 15,000 connections. The network itself consists of 226 kilometres of mains, 91 kilometres of laterals and 40 pump stations, which all transport wastewater to the wastewater treatment plant. The application and the evidence of Mr. West explains the ownership components of the system. Effectively, Gisborne Council owns and manages 50% of the total wastewater system, which is the public component, and that runs from the property boundary. The remaining 50% is owned and managed by private individual landowners and businesses. The private elements predominantly include the wastewater gully traps and the lateral pipes that connect into the public system at the property boundary. I'll return to the relevance of the private property element later in these submissions, but at this stage, it should be noted that affordability is an issue for Gisborne. As outlined in the evidence of Mr. Wilson, Gisborne scores highly on the deprivation index, and affordability is a key concern for council. As such, the ability to develop and improve drainage infrastructure needs to be considered alongside other priorities, and the need for GDC to manage affordability in the context of infrastructure challenges and Gisborne's comparatively low income levels and high social deprivation scores. The GWS is designed to carry a component of stormwater in addition to wastewater, and that's due to the inevitability that some stormwater will make its way into the system through inflow and infiltration, which we refer to as I&I. The technical evidence for the applicant confirms that the wastewater network has been designed and sized in accordance with national practice, which is to convey 6 times the average dry weather flow without overflowing. So that's built into the network already. It's also standard wastewater design practice to install overflow relief points in the wastewater network. That's to protect public health and important infrastructure components. And that's essentially because the alternative would be uncontrolled overflows, including on private property. So the location of the wet weather overflow points and their description as either primary, secondary, or tertiary overflows are described in the application and the evidence, and that is shown on figure 4, which you can find in Neville West's evidence, and I think we've probably got it in the map booklet as well. So that's this map here in the map booklet, which shows the location of the primary, secondary and tertiary overflow points before the Seawall Torini Street overflow is adjusted, which I'll talk about in a minute.
We were given a copy of that yesterday, so we have seen.
So as I've just mentioned, as I'll describe later, the primary overflow point at Seymour Torini has been the subject of investigation and work by the council for some time. And following submissions on the application, council has programmed upgrades and alterations to the network to remove that overflow as a primary overflow point and replace it with a tertiary overflow so that it will be really used, if at all. So that's the pink point on the map. I'll just show you the map here. So that's the pink point. That's the Seymour Torini one there, which I think you visited yesterday. It's also important to note that wet weather overflows are not automatic, as is the case for some councils. Rather, they require manual opening and closing. And as such, the whole process is actively observed and managed by council and its contractor. And that's described in the evidence of Mr. West, which includes monitoring of Met Service, preparation by inspections and network checks, observance of the wet weather protocols that council has in place, and then ultimately a decision by the Four Waters infrastructure manager and operations and staff, taking into account a variety of information, and that's as to whether to open the overflows or not, detailed communication plans, which includes notification and signage, and then implementation of sampling and monitoring programs.
So the wet weather overflows are only opened when necessary and closed as soon as possible when flows in the network subside. The causes of wet weather overflows are set out in the evidence of Mr. West. Essentially, they occur when large volumes of stormwater make their way into the network during heavy rainfall events. There's several entry points for this to occur, which includes overtopping into or the entry via cracked and leaking gully traps, illegal connections, leakage into the lateral wastewater pipes, and leakage or infiltration into the council's network. The evidence of Mr. West and the application sets out the history of network improvements that council has undertaken on council-owned assets. Council's focus through the DrainWise program is now on the private property component of the network. The DrainWise program and its components are set out comprehensively in the application and in the evidence of Mr. Carnes. Again, it's important to note that council does not own and operate the private portion of the network, and the onus is therefore on the private property owners to ensure proper connections and to maintain their private infrastructure. There is a reliance on legal compliance and enforcement processes for inspections and repair of faults, and this inevitably raises issues of affordability, especially in an area for a council such as Gisborne District Council. And to assist with that process, council has developed what's called the IOPS strategy, and that is explained in the evidence of Mr. Carnes. And the IOPS strategy was attached as one of the appendices to the application. The evidence for Mr. Carnes clearly sets out the work program for DrainWise to be implemented over the next 20 years, starting with the priority catchment of Kaiti. His evidence demonstrates the extent of investigation and remedial work that's been undertaken to date, particularly in Kaiti. And the evidence of Mr. Dave Wilson sets out council's financial commitment to the DrainWise program through the LTP process, which is a public process that people can submit on. In terms of dry weather overflows, the causes are outlined in the evidence of Mr. West. Generally, they occur where there's a blockage in the network, which is mostly associated with third parties putting a foreign object into the wastewater system, or fat buildup or a break in the network. As Mr. West explains, dry weather overflows at pump stations are rare, and there's already significant levels of redundancy built into the on-site infrastructure, which includes real-time alarms and response procedures. And as set out in the evidence of Mr. West, the last mechanical failure that led to a DWO was in 2015 at the Steel Road pump station, and that was a result of human error, and further improvements were made as a result. Mr. West has provided examples of some of the items that can be associated with blockages. And again, I think we might have included that graphic in the map booklet. Just to give you an understanding of some of the issues that can arise, which includes rags, wet wipes, clothing, various items that you can see there, including utensils and solidified fat, which is the one at the bottom right there, that was at Ballard Street. As he also outlines nationwide, there is a problem with blockages, and they remain the predominant cause of dry weather overflows nationwide, and there are industry efforts to try and address some of those problems, including with wet wipes flushing. So council has a multifaceted approach to addressing those causes, including a proactive maintenance and surveillance regime, which includes jet cleaning, and that's to reduce the risk of overflows and addresses matters such as sediment buildup and some of those fat blockages that you can see there. There's also system controls and duplications that are actually built into the design of the key elements of the system, which includes multiple control systems and alarms. They have a trade waste compliance that addresses some of the commercial activities and management through the trade waste bylaw. There's a comprehensive public education campaign as part of the DrainWise program, and that's explained both in the evidence of Mr. West and Mr. Carnes, and it addresses the causes of both wet weather overflows and dry weather overflows. And some of that was attached to the application. It was one of the appendices. There's a 5-part series which focuses on 5 sort of key areas that lead to either of those overflows. In relation to the dry weather overflow component, there's the only flush the 3 Ps, which is the pee, poo, paper, and sinks are not rubbish bins. So that's again trying to educate the public about not pouring fat predominantly down the drains, but also things like coffee grinds, etc. So that's the public education component to try and address some of those causes of blockages that can occur through the third-party behaviour. There's also prompt response and cleanup protocols, which includes response notification requirements, monitoring and sampling and reporting requirements, and contractor training. And again, that's all set out in Mr. West's evidence. Council's protocols have recently been combined into a standalone document for the dry weather overflows, and that's to clarify the requirements, and that will be tabled by Mr. West. Accordingly, in my submission, the applicant has demonstrated that they've adopted all practical and best practice methods to manage the potential risks of dry weather events as sought in the Section 42A report. The evidence of Mr. West is comprehensive on this point and addresses all the issues that were flagged by Mr. Whitaker, including that it has regular maintenance and inspection of the network, system controls and duplications, and contingency measures in place. In addition, the council has a high level of transparency regarding overflows. Dry weather overflows are formally catalogued by council and have been since 2015-2016 year. Wet weather overflows are also formally catalogued in accordance with the asset reporting requirements and consistent with national practice. They are reported over a financial year from 1 July to 30 June. As I've already noted, council has committed significant funding and resourcing through the LTP to enable Drainwise to progress. That work has already commenced as outlined in Mr. Khan's evidence, and council has a scheduled program of inspection and improvement works that will enable the inflow and infiltration issues to be identified and addressed in a systematic, comprehensive manner. The applicant has also undertaken a program of consultation with tangata whenua, both through the Kiwa group, which is explained in Mr. Khan's evidence, and through the more formal consent application process. Neither council nor tangata whenua have shied away from the difficult discussions resulting from a consideration of this application. The Kiwa group has provided their assessment on the cultural effects of the overflows, and they've been clear about the chronic issue of tapu, the effect on the mauri of the water and on tangata whenua. They recognise and support reductions in overflows which are proposed as a result of this application, but they have clearly indicated that their aim is the elimination of all wastewater overflows. And these are matters which I will address later in my submissions. So briefly set out in the next section, the proposal and the authorisations that are sought. I'm not sure that I need to read that part out. Essentially, the activity status for wet weather overflows is restricted discretionary and dry weather overflows are non-complying, but they've been bundled, so overall it's assessed as non-complying activity. So just dealing with one preliminary issue which relates to scope. As is common for a number of projects as they progress through the consenting process, there have been some amendments to the application. The legal position is pretty clear that changes are allowed provided they remain within scope. In this case, the main amendment is the proposal by council to remove that current primary overflow point at Seymour Torini and replace it with a tertiary, which is a rarely used overflow point at that location and at Owen Road, and that's described further in the evidence for the applicant. The area has already been subject of investigation and work for some time, and again, following concerns raised expressly by submitters, the council has undertaken further investigations to assess whether that can be removed as a primary overflow point. But it does require works to be undertaken to the stormwater and wastewater network. And as advised by Mr. Khan's, those works are currently being designed and budget provision has been made in the current 2021-22 financial year to construct the necessary changes. Again, I've set out at paragraph 27 the law relating to scope. Essentially, it's whether the changes would give a rise to any significance difference in scale, intensity, etc. I don't think it really applies here because this is clearly a reduction in the scope of the proposal. I've set it out for you anyway, but I think it's relatively straightforward in this case that it's within scope. One issue that I do just want to draw on briefly, and again, the proposed conditions were attached as Appendix 1 to the evidence of Mr. Mayhew. In there are a series of conditions, 19 to 21, which have been offered by the applicant on an OGA basis. They relate to the Seymour Torini Street overflow point, and is to reflect the fact that the program of works, including those process changes, will be required to undertake that work. And once that work is complete, then the proposal is to notify the council, and accordingly those maps at the back will be changed. So it will change from a primary through to a tertiary. The additional information provided by one of the submitters, Mr. Gordon Webb, refers to that drafting as clumsy, and Mr. Webb says that consent should be granted with an expiry date of, and he gives an example, say 30 June 2023. In my submission, that misunderstands the application, which is that the applicant seeks to retain that location as a tertiary overflow point, which again is one that will be rarely used, but accordingly an ongoing authorisation is required for that point. And that's reflected in attachment 2, which amends its location from primary to tertiary. Accordingly, such a condition as suggested by Mr. Webb would frustrate the consent, and it would also lead to those tertiary overflows excuse me, being unauthorised from that date unless an additional consent was sought. In my submission, the removal of that primary overflow point from this location is a positive outcome that should be enabled by the commissioners, rather than seeking to arbitrarily constrain matters in the manner suggested. Turning then to some of the more substantive issues relating to the application, I will briefly touch on some of the issues that I've outlined there. So starting with the statutory responsibilities of council and the funding of DrainWise. And the next sort of 3 paragraphs I've set out there just for your reference, some of the responsibilities that council has in relation to stormwater and wastewater management under a number of pieces of different legislation, which includes the LGA, the Building Act and the Health Act. That's really for your reference. Some submitters have queried how DrainWise will be funded, or consider that further funding should be diverted towards DrainWise. And in my submission, those are not matters that require direct consideration in the context of a resource consent application, because they're matters that can be submitted on by members of the public during the separate and public LTP process. So I've provided you with a reference either to the Omakaroa ratepayers case, which essentially says that a decision about the cost of public workforce to council as elected members, because they are responsible to the electorate rather than considering it through a resource consent application. But in any event, the evidence of Mr. Wilson is that council has contributed significant funding and continues to towards the DrainWise program through the LTP process. And that's been provided to the commissioners to give you an indication of the commitment from council to the DrainWise program in order to implement those required reductions which are required over time. However, in my submission, the ability of the community to pay for improvements on private property could form a relevant consideration. That's because a key component of the application is the progressive reduction in both volumes and frequencies over time, which is primarily to be achieved through DrainWise. And as outlined in Mr. Carnes's evidence, works on private property will be required to address those intended outcomes of the program. Accordingly, the issue of an appropriate consent term cannot, in my submission, be considered in a vacuum. And I will address term in a minute. And I note that Mr. Whittaker shares this view, and I've provided there a couple of extracts from the Section 42A report about the need to consider those financial implications, given the direct costs that will fall on individual property owners as a result of DrainWise. Turning then to the statutory assessment, I've provided you with some of the case law around non-complying activities. Essentially, there's the gateway test, which needs to be met first under Section 104D, which is that you can only grant if you're either satisfied that the adverse effects of the activity on the environment will be minor, or if the application is for an activity that will not be contrary to the objectives and policies of the relevant plan. So I've set out some of the case law there, which effectively, as the court has said, that that's a high level test. It establishes a jurisdiction to grant. So accordingly, even if one of those 2 gateways are fulfilled, you still need to retain your discretion to go on and decide whether to refuse or grant consent subject to conditions under Section 104. So it's just a high level screening before you get to your substantive decision. In relation to the first gateway, the court has said that minor suggests effects that are less than major, and it can include effects that are more than minute or slight. The test is whether the adverse effects as proposed to be remedied and or mitigated are more than minor taken as a whole. And the court has confirmed that that evaluation needs to be undertaken on a holistic basis, looking over the entire application and the range of effects, not just the individual effects. And I've just noted there that the consultant planner, Mr. Whitaker, has concluded that subject to appropriate conditions, the adverse effects will be minor. In relation to the second gateway, the relevant plan is the Tairāwhiti Resource Management Plan. Again, the court has said that whether a particular proposal is consistent with or contrary to is a matter of assessment on a case-by-case basis. Contrary to means something that's opposed in nature, different to or opposite. And again, an overall broad judgment is required when you're looking at that element of it. So a holistic view is required, and that requires an assessment of the application on a fair appraisal of the objectives and policies as a whole. In this case, the applicant's position is taken as a whole. The proposal was not contrary to the objectives and policies of the Tairāwhiti plan. Rather, the proposal will enable the reduction of wastewater overflows over time, both in frequency and volume, and the conditions proposed by the applicant will mitigate adverse effects and provide meaningful engagement with tangata whenua. Accordingly, the view of Mr. Mayhew is that the proposal is consistent with and not contrary to the objectives and policies of the Tairāwhiti plan. And the consultant planner, Mr. Whitaker, agrees that they're not contrary when considered as a whole and taking into account the progressive improvement regime that's promoted within the application. As such, the application meets the gateway test of section 104D, and it can then, excuse me, proceed to assessment under section 104. Section 104 then sets out the matters that you must have regard to. They've been set out in full in the application and in the evidence of Mr. Mayhew. Just touching on a couple of matters. One relates to the NPS for Freshwater 2020, which came into effect on the 3rd of September. So that was after the application was notified, but before you make your determination, and therefore it's relevant. The evidence for Mr. Mayhew is that Gisborne's yet to implement the NPS for freshwater, and accordingly how Te Mana o Te Wai applies to Gisborne's waterways has yet to be fully determined through that necessary planning process, including the NOF framework. So we're really right at the start of the process in terms of the NPS for freshwater has just come out. There is a very detailed process that councils need to go through in order to implement the NOF process, and that all has to be publicly notified before December 2024. So in the meantime, the application has been assessed against the objectives and policies of the NPS for freshwater, and that was provided as one of the Section 92 responses, and it's provided again in the evidence of Mr. Mayhew, which is that it is consistent with the intent and the objectives and policies that are set out in the NPS for freshwater. So again, there's one matter which I just want to briefly excuse me, address you on, which is one of the policies in the NPS for freshwater, and this is what's sometimes referred to as the rivers policy. It has a clause 3.24, which was required by councils to be directly inserted into their plans without using the Schedule 1 process. So it already sits in there as a quasi policy within the Tairāwhiti plan. It's been referred to at page 36 of the 42A report, and what the applicant had said was that I would address you further in legal submissions. That was in the hope that there might be some further court direction around what that means, but there hasn't been any that's really assisted in any way. So the applicant's position is, as we've already set out in the Section 92 response in January, which is effectively that there is no loss of river extent. And in relation to the discharges, they are intermittent and short duration, and they won't result in any permanent or irreversible loss of values as defined in the NPS, given that those values have not yet been defined through the NOF process. So it's a temporary and infrequent reduction in values that have been avoided to the extent practicable. And I've provided some of the reasons there, which is that the public component is being progressively upgraded to accommodate the 6 times average dry weather flow, which is in line with best practice nationally. The overflow performance is currently on par with the better performing councils. The proposed program to address stormwater inflow will substantially reduce those overflows over time. and the applicant continues to refine its maintenance, management and response process and continues to work closely with Tangata Whenua to better integrate those multicultural values into the management and enhancement of the wastewater network. And in any event, the applicant's position is also that there is a functional need to locate in this location for the functional need for the activity in this location, and the effects are managed by applying the effects management hierarchy. I'm not sure that I really need to go through it, but in 51 and 52, again, I've set out there for your reference the definition of what functional need is. The position of the applicant is that there is clearly a functional need in this location because the network is essential regional infrastructure. An effective and efficient wastewater network is fundamental and core infrastructure supporting an urban environment.
I think we accept all that. Bridget.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, Rachel, I should say.
I won't put you to sleep then by reading that out. And I just note there that the consultant planner also agrees that there's a functional need. So again, in terms of the Tairāwhiti resource management plan, just picking up on one matter, which is policy C6.2.9, 2.2.9, which relates to the performance standard effectively, and this issue around term, which I'll come to in a minute. Again, I won't exhaustively read out all of this to you, but the applicant's position is set out in my submissions, which is that it is possible to have a policy like this that is highly specific, but the issue for the commissioners is that it's a matter that you have to have regard to under 104, and it's up to the decision maker to decide how much weight to be afforded to that policy. But in any event, the case for the applicant is that the intent of the policy is met, and the purpose of the application is to both minimise the frequency of the discharges and to achieve that performance standard of no more than 50% probability in any given year. The evidence presented by the applicant provides the past performance of the network. It benchmarks it against the other councils. It provides a significant amount of detail on both the body of work the applicant has undertaken on its own network and the progression of the investigations and improvements that have been occurring through the DrainWise program. It also sets out the significant body of work and the program to achieve that work through DrainWise. That council already has funding in place to support the program, and it has also identified further network improvements that will be implemented if the reduction of 85% is not met. So that relates to the fact that council has looked at 75% and 65% reductions in case it doesn't get to that 85%. It's already identified the network improvements that would be required if it gets to 75 or 65, and those can then be implemented. In addition, the applicant has provided a comprehensive set of consent conditions which will ensure that progress is regularly measured, evaluated and reported on to ensure that the targets provided in the policy will be met. And in my submission, the evidence for the applicant demonstrates that it can reliably achieve that performance standard, and accordingly, the intent of the policy is met and a longer consent term can be granted subject to the conditions that have been put forward by the applicant. I've just put a short paragraph there on part 2, which you'll all be more than aware of what Davidson says, so I probably don't need to read that out. In terms of section 107, which imposes restrictions on discharge consents, again, I briefly set that out there. I probably don't need to read it out unless you'd like me to.
I think the case law is pretty clear.
Okay. In terms of consultation and engagement with Tangata Whenua, again, I've provided some paragraphs here. The evidence for the applicant in both the application and Mr. Carnes's evidence details the extent of consultation that has been undertaken. That includes through the Kiwa group, which has been described by Mr. Carnes, and the Kiwa engagement group was attached to the application, and that clearly articulates the concerns and position of Tangata Whenua that have been presented through the Kiwa engagement group. As noted in the section 42A report, significant time and resources have been invested by both the applicant and iwi and hapu in discussing these issues and preparing that Kiwa report. And in my submission, the cultural concerns and issues articulated have been well summarised in the section 42A report. It's clear that the practice of allowing wastewater overflows is unacceptable to Tangata Whenua, And while the reductions proposed are a step in the right direction, they will continue to object to overflows and have a desire to work with council to achieve the total elimination of overflows. And again, the section 42A report sets out the recommendations that have been provided by the Kiwa Group, which include meaningful engagement on an ongoing basis, exploring avenues to bring forward drainwise, providing opportunity for tangata whenua to work alongside council, monitoring provisions to include cultural elements, review of the current public health monitoring procedures and locations, review of the management protocols and projects to improve Maori. As outlined in the evidence of Mr. Carnes and Mr. Mayhew, the applicant has incorporated those recommendations into the draft conditions to the extent practicable. Importantly, the application is proposed on the basis that there will be a reduction in both volume and frequency of those overflows over time. As also noted in the evidence of Mr. Khan's involvement by tangata whenua in the Kiwa Group has always been on the basis that iwi and hapu would be free to submit on the application once notified, and that has occurred, and you have received a number of submissions. Finally, as noted in the evidence of Mr. Khan's, the conclusions and recommendations of the Kiwa Group were also presented to the Waste Management Committee of GDC, which is explained in the evidence of Mr. Dave Wilson. And that was in September 2020. And the Kiwa Group subsequently identified a prioritised task list of work that was to be undertaken by that group. And that included a review of the wet weather overflow notification protocols. And those recommendations have been adopted by the applicant. And a review of rahui processes in response to wet weather overflows, which is ongoing. Mr. Carnes is also refers to the ongoing work by the group regarding the removal of mortuary from the wastewater, which is almost complete, and matters that are to be subsequently actioned, including a review of the dry weather protocols, monitoring, and the drainwise program. And just on those matters, the dry weather protocols have been updated by the applicant, and they will be tabled by Mr. West. The draft conditions tabled by the applicant provide for the tangata whenua reference group to advise on those protocols to integrate tikanga aspects such as placement of rahui and other processes. The draft conditions also provide for the tangata whenua reference group to advise on wastewater monitoring, including for them to undertake a tangata whenua cultural monitoring plan in consultation with the applicant, and that is to be prepared in conjunction with the applicant in conjunction with the tangata whenua reference group, and is to be informed by Mo Tauranga Māori. Finally, it should be noted that the draft conditions make provision for a report from the tangata whenua reference group to be included into that annual report, and that is that the final annual report is then to be provided because it incorporates a number of matters. So a cultural report effectively will be prepared by the tangata whenua reference group that will feed into the applicant's annual report, which will include a number of other matters. That whole annual report then needs to go back to the tangata whenua reference group and to the Waste Management Committee. And that will provide for the matters that we have set out in condition 28, which includes reporting against wastewater levels of service, the results of monitoring, any report that I've just mentioned, and the priority works and initiatives that are planned for the coming 12 months. In addition, there is also a requirement for the reference group to meet both before and after the release of the 5-year report, and provision for both the reference group and the WMC to provide input into the 10-year review and the resetting of targets that will occur at year 10, which is what the applicant is proposing. And that provides for a review of the process with the implementation of the drainwise program and other initiatives. So they'll set those new targets, measures, and timeframes downwards from year 10. So it's about getting to year 10 and then resetting the targets to ensure what can we do from year 10 to 20 in order to reduce matters down further again. And in that respect, it's important to note that the evidence of Mr. Garside and Mr. Carnes regarding both the length of time that wastewater network improvements take and the need for a sufficient period of time in order to determine whether that intervention has been successful, and the council's implementation timeline, which is attached to the back of Mr. Carnes's evidence. This is in addition to the added complexity associated with works being required on the private property component, which I've already covered. In relation to term, again, I've set out for you there the provisions of the Act. Council understands that some submitters are seeking a shortened consent term, and the applicant's reasons for seeking a 20-year consent term are set out in both the Section 92 response, and they've been reproduced in the Section 42A report. Gisborne's wastewater network is a fundamental public infrastructure and lifeline utility. It has a replacement cost of $161 million. The applicant's view is that essential public infrastructure should be subject to long-term consents to reflect its essential and enduring function, particularly whereas the case is here, those effects can be appropriately managed through consent conditions. And it's important to note that while it's not desirable, wet weather overflows are an inevitable consequence of having a network that's been developed, extended and refined over a period of more than 100 years, and having dedicated overflow points as part of the network design. And accordingly, they cannot simply be eliminated as suggested by some of the submitters. Having said that, the network is currently on par with the better performing councils nationally, and the applicant's approach is to reduce stormwater ingress and therefore improve overall performance over time through the DrainWise program, which is set out in detail in the evidence. And that involves a comprehensive program of work, which will take significant time and resources to implement. And as I've set out, approximately 50% of that network is situated on private property. And council, having focused on its own assets to date, is now focusing on the private property component. And as I've already covered, there are financial implications that also need to be considered in the context of a shorter term, given that the costs of maintenance and remedial work will involve both public funding and direct costs to individual property owners. In my submission, using the blunt instrument of a shortened consent term will not necessarily lead to better outcomes for the community, and that point is also reflected in Mr. Whitaker's Section 42A report. Rather, the appropriate approach to term in my submission is as suggested by Mr. Whitaker to determine the appropriate term and the conditions of consents collectively. As stated by Mr. Whitaker, if the conditions establish a robust framework to ensure a progressive and improving environmental, cultural and public health outcomes with a high degree of transparency and reporting, then a longer term is appropriate. And in this case, in my submission, the draft conditions put forward by the applicant, which have been revised and amended following submissions, do exactly that. And I've provided you there just with some of the case law around term, which provides a decision maker should consider the evidence that it has before it. And it's previously considered some of the following matters to be relevant, which is a recognition of the investment to date and providing security for present and future investment, the relatively rare and transitory environmental effects, and whether there are appropriately rigorous conditions, as well as the ability to review the conditions under Section 128. And one point that's important to note is that the submissions received relate to the application as notified and the draft consent conditions that were put forward by the applicant at notification. So I'll talk in a minute about what has changed in terms of the conditions that are now attached to the evidence of Mr. Mayhew, because there have been some quite significant amendments. The applicant has given careful and thorough consideration to all of the issues arising out of written submissions and has made a number of amendments to the conditions. They are discussed further in a minute. And in my submission, the draft conditions tabled by Mr. Mayhew represent that careful and thoughtful approach by the applicant to provide an appropriately stringent set of conditions to manage the effects of the activity. And as noted by Mr. Whitaker when he was discussing Seymour Torini, the applicant has been very responsive to any concerns which have been raised and has demonstrated genuine commitment to address the issues raised where these can be addressed through practical upgrades work. And in his conclusions, Mr. Whitaker also says a genuine commitment to engagement and consultation has been demonstrated, which has helped foster a broader understanding of the challenges and the outstanding issues for the wastewater discharges. Finally, I just want to draw your attention to one point, which is that Mr. Whitaker in the Section 42A report supports the granting of a 20-year consent term for the wet weather overflows, but his recommendation is for a 10-year consent term for the dry weather overflows component. And the basis appears to draw a distinction because much of the risk of dry weather overflows can be managed by the applicant. Mr. Whitaker also states that the applicant should demonstrate that it's adopted all practical and best practice methods to manage the potential risks of dry weather events. And again, in my submission, the applicant has responded accordingly. It's set out in a lot of detail in the evidence of Mr. West, the causes of the dry weather overflows, the multifaceted approach that council takes to reducing them as far as practicable, the overflow management responsibility, and the dry weather overflow response process. In summary, although complete elimination of dry weather overflows might be desirable, they're virtually impossible to eliminate entirely. The evidence of Mr. Garside is that a requirement of eradication of dry weather overflows is limited, if no precedents that he's aware of in New Zealand. As outlined by Mr. Garside and confirmed by Mr. West, dry weather overflows are often caused by factors that are outside the control of the consent holder, and that includes blockages caused by residents flushing inappropriate items and by power or mechanical failure. The evidence of Mr. West is that in Gisborne, they generally occur with a blockage in the network, mostly associated with the third-party behaviour, which is the blockages, fat build-up, or a break in the network. Dry weather overflows at pump stations are rare due to the level of redundancy that's already built into the on-site infrastructure. And the last mechanical failure, as I've already mentioned, was in 2015, and improvements have been undertaken as a result. In response to the consultant planner's comments that the applicant should demonstrate it has adopted all practical and best practice methods. Again, these matters are set out in detail in Mr. West's evidence. The multifaceted approach is set out in his evidence, and I won't read all that out because I think I've already read it to you. But essentially it's a multifaceted approach where council has a number of different ways in which it tries to manage the risk of those dry weather overflows, coupled with the public education component to try and address the root causes of them, and then a very responsive process. It's a response and cleanup process. As such, the applicant has demonstrated that it has a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to managing the potential risks of dry weather overflows as far as it is able to do so, and responding to them in a prompt and methodical manner. However, in my submission, it's not appropriate to either limit the consent term of this aspect of overflows or to hold the consent holder to an elimination strategy when it's clear that third-party behaviour remains a significant source of the causes and is not within the direct control of the consent holder. Rather, the applicant can and does control the elements it can and provides for ongoing education for the public to do their part. Fundamentally, as outlined by Mr. Garside, a complete elimination strategy is simply not achievable given the root causes. Again, in my submission, these matters have been appropriately dealt with through a stringent set of consent conditions, which includes, amongst other requirements, compliance with operational management plans and protocols. There's also the requirement that components of the network have sufficient capacity to cater for peak dry weather flows, and a requirement for the consent holder to operate in accordance with good management practice and to monitor and report on levels of service contained in attachment C. Reporting on overflow events and levels of service is also required as part of the annual reporting process and part of the substantial 5-yearly reports. That brings that high level of transparency to the management of dry weather overflows. In addition, there are requirements for the reference group to advise on the management protocols relating to dry weather overflows to integrate tikanga aspects such as rahui, as well as providing input into setting priorities for works and associated programs, assisting in identifying any additional research or investigations necessary, to advise in relation to monitoring, including the cultural monitoring plan in conjunction with the consent holder, and providing the report into the annual reporting process. I've provided you there with some notes relating to section 128 review mechanisms. I won't read those out unless you'd like to hear from me on them. Turning then to conditions. As I've already noted, they have been amended substantially by the applicant to address a number of the matters that have been raised by submitters. And as such, I provided you at paragraph 97 with a list of all of the amendments that have been made to those conditions to try and address some of the issues that people are raising. I don't intend to read those out unless you would like me to, but really the point is that the conditions from the applicant's perspective have really changed significantly since the application was first lodged, and that includes the comprehensive 5-yearly review and the comprehensive 10-yearly review, which will reset the targets at that point.
You don't need to read those.
finally, in terms of council's witnesses, you have briefs of evidence from 11 witnesses, and as already discussed and confirmed in advance of commissioners, 2 of those witnesses have been taken as read and will not be appearing unless you have questions of them now, and we can organise that via Zoom if that's the case. But otherwise, Dr. Brett Beamsley and Dr. Michael Stewart will not be appearing, which leaves the remaining 9 witnesses, and I've set out there the order that I intend to call the witnesses.
Thank you, Rachel. I'll just ask my colleagues if they've got any questions.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. If we go back to your paragraph 66.
Yes.
Now, having read your statement and all the evidence provided by the experts, there are 2 things that strike me as being really important as far as tangata whenua are concerned. I just want to see whether you agree with me. One of them is the continued discharge of effluent of wastewater into, that's one. And the second is the complete elimination of discharges. They're repeated over and over again. And and your comment here is that there's a desire in your interactions with tangata whenua, there's a desire to work with council, and I'm assuming the council is keen to work as well jointly to achieve the total elimination of overflow. Now, you've said that that's not necessarily possible. I'm not quite sure how you do it, but it has to be one of the key issues for tangata whenua, right? Now, the questions I have are around working with council and what they're working towards, right? Now, assuming that the total elimination of outflows is probably not one of them, or at least will be something that you will continue to address. But it's really the allowing wastewater overflows into the stormwater system. Do you have a legal view on that sort of either supports what the experts are saying, or maybe adds to what they're saying? You know, I'm not adding, but this, I'm quite sure what the question really is, but it is around working with, you know, sort of allowing tangata whenua to actually get some traction on these 2 issues.
So again, the conditions that have been put forward by the applicant allow for those discussions to continue. But as you've identified, that is going to be difficult for some aspects. For example, as I've outlined in the evidence for dry weather overflows, virtual, complete elimination is almost impossible because of the third-party element that's associated with that. That's not to say that all of those dry weather overflows make their way to water. So they're quite often discharges to land. I think the evidence for the applicant is that about a quarter of them make their way to water. So there are things that can be done in order to ensure that the response for that is as quickly as possible. But I understand what you're saying in terms of the difficulty that comes with those conversations. And it is something that neither tangata whenua or the applicant have shied away from having those difficult discussions.
I take your point on that, yeah.
And I think that is something that will have to be part of those ongoing discussions. I mean, there's no easy fix is really the answer, I guess. But it's about having that process in place where there can continue to be those discussions and try and work through them together.
Okay, and that leads me on to the second question, which goes to your paragraph 97.7 around widening the role of the tangata whenua group. Would I be right in assuming that one of the drivers for that is the very question that you and I are just discussing?
Again, the application as lodged, there was plenty of improvement that could be made to those conditions. So really it has been trying to work through what, on the applicant's perspective, what that relationship might look like and where are the appropriate bits to feed into and how might that work in terms of a process.
Yeah.
So that's what we have tried to do through the conditions that have been tabled to Mr. Mayhew's evidence. And I'm sure we will hear from tangata whenua on their thoughts on those conditions.
Sure, yeah, no, I'll certainly be seeking those. I just wanted to get your view on that. I mean, it'd be essentially the same sort of questions I'll be asking the experts anyway, but I just wanted to get your overall perspective on it. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In your paragraph 20, you mentioned the permitted activity rule,
Yes.
which ran out in July 2020.
Yes.
So I was just wondering, what's the current authorization status for these discharges? Because I know you got your application in before July 20th. So is there a sort of a section 124 type extension for permitted activities, or?
There's not. So there's existing use rights under section 20A. If you lodge your application within 6 months of the rule becoming operative. But that the wording of that provision is slightly problematic for the way that rules are drafted in this way, because technically that rule probably became operative sometime before that, but it sets the date as at 2022. So it's really an assumption that they can continue to occur while this is being processed. And then once this application is determined, then that will determine what the activity status is. But 124, as you've referred to, is really where you have a consent that is then replaced, a replacement consent, whereas this is a permitted activity that is falling into a consenting regime.
Okay, so what's your view of the current state of authorization of the discharges?
At this very point in time, I think that the applicant would probably say that the spirit of section 20A is that this type of activity would be allowed to occur under existing use rights. But like I've said, the wording around that section is problematic.
Okay, no, thanks for clarifying that. Just in terms of the scope of what we're being asked to authorize, is it just the discharge points shown on the map, or is it discharges from anywhere in the network? Because in the consent conditions, it refers to formal and informal.
Formal and informal.
So what do you mean?
That
by that?
recognises the fact that for dry weather overflows, they effectively pop up wherever in the network the blockage occurs. So the formal overflow points are the wet weather overflow locations.
So
that are shown on
it's
that
just the points shown on the map for the wet weather
For wet
overflows?
weather. Yes.
Okay,
And for dry weather overflows, there's virtually an inability to pinpoint exactly where those locations will occur.
okay, so the informal relates to dry weather overflows.
And wet weather overflows. So I've just been corrected. The wet weather overflow does relate to informal points as well in the event of a storm event where it will pop up again virtually everywhere.
Okay, so you are actually asking for, consent that says you can discharge anywhere within the network, dry weather or wet weather, is that?
Yes. Do you want to clarify that now?
So the issue we're really concerned about is if you have 50-year flood, for example, water's everywhere, close to the will come out of gully tracks and places because they will be inundated. And that's what we call an informal overflow for a wet weather. What you'll see in the schedules is that we are aiming so that overflows are controlled to those points. Events up to and including the 10-year ARI event. The trouble that occurs beyond that event is that flooding can be extremely widespread, and wastewater could get into flood water because gully tracks will go. So it's a tiered approach. So for the wet weather, we refer to those sort of events that we anticipate the primary, secondary, and tertiary overflows will be utilised. Problem is that we are trying to provide, and maybe we're foolish in doing this, maybe it should be covered in flood provisions, but if you had 100 but the same for coastal. And the same for coastal discharge. We don't have any direct discharges to the coastal marine area, but if water is flowing absolutely everywhere, then that may occur. I mean, so we've been very cautious around that.
So are we saying up to a 10-year ARI event, wet weather overflows are just at the point shown on the map? Yeah. It would probably be helpful in the consent conditions if that was spelled out a lot more clearly, that up to a 10-year ARI, it is only those points. But if you're saying beyond that, it's anywhere. But yeah, because it's just not clear. And so if there were any modifications to the discharge points, and you've got the Seymour Turini corner discharge, would we be saying that any changes to the overflow points would only lessen the discharge? If there was ever to be a change that increased the discharge, you'd have to apply for a variation to the consent. Is that how?
Depending on the scale of the change. So section 127 around variations allows sort of, there's some. As long as there's a lesson, well, it's no greater than, Okay. And there's a description, I think in Mr. Khan's evidence, of a discharge to the, and apologies, the Kopua Whakapata stream, which I think is a private wastewater connection into a stormwater pipe. So is, and there's just generally poor quality in that stream. So is that within the scope of this consent? Is that something like that? Not technically, I don't think. Really, that was provided. There are no overflow points that relate to that matter. It's an issue that has been raised through, I think, some of the submissions. So we've addressed it and addressed the ongoing work that's been undertaken on that. But like you've identified, I think the work undertaken today has shown that it's a private connection. But there are obvious issues with that stream that council is continuing to investigate, given its poor.
So I mean, I'd be concerned if we were consenting something like that. So I just wanted to check that that's not your expectation, that a consent should authorize that. Yeah, okay, that's good. Now, in your discussion of section 104D, you referenced the officer as saying effects are minor, and you've quoted a paragraph in his evidence where he says that, but he precedes that by saying there are still outstanding cultural effects, and I'm not sure whether it would be right to say cultural effects are minor. So just to clarify that, presumably we should be guided by the iwi submitters in terms of that judgment on the scale of effects and that part of the pathway through section 104D.
Yes, remembering, and I've set out the case law for you there that is looking at the effects as a whole, rather than the individual effects. But the applicant's position on section 104D is that the plans and policies, it's not contrary to the objectives and policies of the Tairāwhiti plan, and it can meet the gateway through the second part of the gateway test.
Yeah, and that's also an overall consideration,
Yes.
I guess, although there are a number of cultural objectives and policies.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we'll check on that later in the hearing.
And remembering again that that gateway test is a broad level screening type test. And then once you get through the 104D gateway, it then falls to your substantive consideration of the application under section 104. So it really is just that high level screening before you get into 104, which allows you still to consider whether to grant or decline.
Yep, no, got that. Just a couple of things to clarify in terms of other criteria we have to satisfy. So there's section 107.
Yes.
I just wanted to check in your paragraph 60, you've quoted this, just a small quote from this Fonterra decision, which I was still unclear about, and that's this issue of these are short-term discharges.
Yes.
But they are going to go on forever. So it's sort of like a permanent implementation of short-term discharges. And is that what the case law is, to say that that still meets the definition of a temporary discharge under
Yes, so
section
I've set out
107?
there what they've said in Fonterra,
Yeah,
which is temporary.
well, they say
yeah.
lasting only for a limited period, which
yeah,
sees them
which
there,
these do,
but
yeah.
then it says or not permanent. But I'm sort of thinking, well, these are sort of permanent. The short-term discharges are the
They
permanent
are
solution.
short-term, so they're lasting
So-
for only a limited period. And I mean, they're not permanent. I think really what section 107 is looking at there is it an ongoing discharge? This is not an ongoing discharge. It's short discharges that occur relatively infrequently for very short periods of time. So what section 107 says, section 107D says that the discharges of a temporary nature, which in my submission, these discharges are exactly that, they're of a temporary nature.
Well, although they are going to go on continuously forever.
We have sought a 20-year consent
Yeah,
term, but
wow.
within that consent term, they are short,
Yeah,
relatively infrequent events that occur for a defined period of time.
yeah. I guess it would be good if there is some case law that specifically covers this issue. Yeah. I mean, I know they're short term, and I accept that,
Yeah.
but they're going on forever. So if there's sort of a case law, and maybe just need to read that decision.
Yeah,
but-
I can provide you with a copy of that Fonterra decision. There's
Yeah,
not a
that'd be
lot of
good.
case law around section 107.
Okay.
I did have a look for that. And I also considered the Bell decision, which Mr. Webb had cited, which is an old Town and Country Planning Act decision.
Right.
And so it doesn't relate specifically to 107, but I can have a look again for any further
Yeah.
cases under 107, and I can provide you a copy of the Fonterra.
Yeah,
one.
that'd be helpful, because I would have thought this thing would have come up, and just to make sure we cover it off properly,
Yeah,
because
and
it's still
I'll check.
unclear
It
in my
has
mind.
definitely come up in other councils, and I think that the position taken was similar to this, which is that they are temporary in nature, and that was more or less accepted by the commissioners. But I will look for Environment Court or higher case law on that.
Okay, it's a good point, because I certainly don't accept exceptional circumstances. This isn't an exceptional circumstance. So it has, if it's to go through 107, it has to be as a temporary discharge. That's the only exemption provision that I think stands.
Okay, well, I can address that in closing as well. I'll address both parts, exceptional circumstances part and the temporary
Yeah,
closing.
okay, and if there's some case law to just clearly cover that off, that would be helpful too.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's all for now. Thank you very much.
Before we break, are there any questions of Rachel from submitters, please? Yes, do you want to come up to the microphone and identify yourself? And it's a question of clarification, not a statement, please.
Thank you.
I'm querying the funding in place to achieve 85% reduction of flow and wet weather events when half the system is in private property, which you have no control over. That's what I'm querying.
I think that's probably, like, I agree very much with the question, but I think that's probably a question for some of the applicants, experts, and particularly Mr. Carnes and Mr. Garside, rather than the lawyer who's not a technical person. So your question is a highly valid one, but I will certainly accept it when we come to the subsequent witnesses.
But it was a legal confidence that was given that concerns me.
Well, that's fine. I think we share the concerns that you've expressed, and certainly we will be raising them with the technical witnesses. So thank you very much. Any other questions at this stage? Okay, we'll take a break for morning tea till 10 to 11. Thank you. for Rachel and some initial comments to make. So the question for you, Rachel, is can the applicant offer a mandatory section 128 review as part of consent conditions, please?
A 128 review cannot be mandatory.
If the applicant offers it, can it be mandatory? Have a think about it. I'm not asking for an answer now, but my understanding is the answer might be yes.
Yeah, I'll have
But
to have
I
a look
might-
at that
I might be
because
wrong.
you can offer, the applicant can offer conditions, anything offered by the applicant
Yes.
can be a condition under section 108 AA. However, 128 is the provision that covers reviews, and that specifically says may review. So it's a discretionary power on the
Sure.
council as consenting authority, rather than being something that the applicant itself will be undertaking. So it provides the power to the consenting authority to have a discretion to decide whether to review in those circumstances or not.
Well, can you have a
So
look? Can
I
you
will
have a look
address
at
it,
that,
yeah.
please? Okay, thank you. And secondly, I just want to make some comments, and they relate to the applications as a whole. So the first point is, we want those matters for which consent is sought dealt with separately in draft conditions of consent. So separately, not as one set of conditions. Secondly, in relation to the discharge sought to the coastal marine area, it would take a lot to persuade us that the application should be granted, given policy 23 of the NZCPS and associated guidance. So if I look at that associated guidance, it talks about words like, it signals that a very clear justification should underpin any provision. And I think an abundance of caution is not a very, very clear justification, or we think. So we'd certainly like that looked at, please. Third point. We have some doubts about the discharges passing through either of the section 104 gateway tests. And that's because we think on the face of it, cultural effects are more than minor. So that's not an assessment at this stage, but certainly the submissions would indicate that to us. And the policy framework is strongly directive about a 5-year consent term for any overflows as they presently exist. So that's the policy that talks about shall be managed to discharges of untreated sewage from the reticulated infrastructure. It's C6 2.29, which is a local government special number. Another legal matter, can the applications be unbundled? That's partly why we want to deal with them separately. And the issue is particularly whether the application for dry weather discharges or dry weather overflows and wet weather overflows could be unbundled. The reason for that is we think, as I just said, that section 104D is actually problematic for the wastewater overflows. And particularly given that direction about a 5-year term and extreme events. And I struggle to see that a 2-year return period event is an extreme event. We struggle to see that. And final comment is, we do believe the conditions should be much more robust. For example, there are no environmental outcomes listed in the conditions. There's monitoring in relation to viruses, but there's no condition, for instance, that says there should be no fish or bird kills as a result of these discharges. We accept that there will be some adverse effects in relation to microbial contaminants. We're not necessarily too concerned about other effects at this time, but certainly we think the conditions need to be more robust, and we would encourage Mrs. Mayhew and Whitaker to actually look at those matters. So those are matters that are provided at this stage to give the applicants or the applicant a clear idea of where we're coming from. You might want to take 5 minutes and have a brief discussion about those matters if you wish to. Otherwise, we can just proceed on.
I think we'll take some time over the lunch adjournment to discuss it.
Okay.
Because there are some substantive matters there that I will need to address you on. Some of the matters that you've raised, I have already addressed in my legal submissions. But there are a number there that clearly need to be responded to by the applicant in some detail.
Yes, correct.
So over to you as to whether you would like further supplementary opening submissions from me on these points.
Over to you how you deal with it. But one thing that we would like to happen is discussions between Mr. Whitaker and Mr. Mayhew about the draft conditions of consent. And then probably on the, what's the day, Thursday morning, coming back to us with sets of proposed conditions for the 2 or 3 consents that remain to be sought, with points of agreement and disagreement about draft conditions. Certainly the issue of term about both dry weather overflows and wet weather overflows is something that's in the front of our minds as well, but we've made no determinations about it, obviously made no determinations about any of those matters.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to comment on at this stage, Todd? Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
The applicant calls David Wilson.
Are you Dave or David or Mr. Wilson?
David's fine, thank you, Chair.
David's fine. You can call me David.
Do you want me to stand or sit? My full name is David Raymond Kent Wilson. I'm employed by the Gisborne District Council as the Director of Community Lifelines. I have the qualifications and experience outlined in my evidence in chief. Gisborne City is located within the wider East Coast region with an estimated population of 36,100 in 2016. Gisborne, and I may add, proudly has the highest proportion of Māori of all regions, with 53% identifying as Māori in the 2018 census, with 16% nationally. The district scores highly on the Social Deprivation Index. Income levels are below national medians, and rates affordability is a particular concern and focus for this council. The Gisborne City Wastewater Scheme receives wastewater from the entire city. The current population served by the network is 32,579. The current population is forecast to grow across the region to about 56,000 by 2051. And accordingly, network capacity and associated infrastructure needs to provide for future population growth over the lifetime of the asset. The operation of the network is set out in detail and the evidence of Mr. West. The provision of effective and efficient wastewater services to the community is a critical function, and the council has obligations and responsibilities under the Health Act 1956 to provide sanitary works. The wastewater network is recognised as critical infrastructure and is defined as a lifeline utility under the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act 2002. In addition, council's infrastructure is a valuable community asset. The value of the council's wastewater infrastructure, including all network infrastructure, has an estimated replacement cost of $128 million. That does not include council's municipal wastewater treatment plant, which has an estimated depreciation replacement cost of $29.6 million, or the ocean outfall pipe. GDC's vision for the region is set out in Council's spatial plan. I have briefly set out several of the outcomes and aspirations of the spatial plan in my evidence in chief, and those aspirations have been taken into account in the development and progression of this project. Council's management structure is also set out in my evidence in chief. Responsibility for the operation and management of the wastewater network is managed by Council's Community Lifelines Department. Waste management and other operational functions of Council are reported to Council's Operations Committee. GDC currently has a dedicated Wastewater Management Committee as a standing committee of Council. It comprises of 4 elected members and of 4 iwi members. The WMC was established as a requirement of the conditions on the resource consents for the upgrade of and discharge from the wastewater treatment plant. The committee's primary role is to ensure the implementation, commissioning and monitoring of the wastewater treatment plant is carried out in accordance with the consent conditions, which also includes a number of periodic reviews. The Wastewater Management Committee has a number of functions, but it is also responsible for ensuring the development of appropriate educational information to encourage reductions in domestic and industrial wastewater and administering the Tūranganuia-Kiwa Water Quality Enhancement Project. Council is responsible for this project, with it being defined and developed by the Wastewater Management Committee as a vehicle for integrated research, monitoring, planning, and specific projects that will aim to improve the Māori and the water quality of Tūranganuia-Kiwa as related to wastewater matters. The WMC established the Kiwa Group to assist in this work. The evidence of Mr. Kantz will outline in more detail how the Kiwa Group has engaged to assist tangata whenua with input into this application. The recommendations provided by the Kiwa Group and the work streams that are currently underway to address these. Given the current role of the Wastewater Management Committee, it is inherent understanding of wastewater matters and its wider role in developing and administering the Tūranganuia-Kiwa Water Quality Enhancement Project. Council's view is that this standing committee is also the appropriate entity to undertake oversight in relation to any consents, if granted, for this application. As described further in the evidence of Mr. Mayhew, the applicant's draft conditions provide for annual reporting to the WMC, provision of the 5-year report to the Wastewater Management Committee, and for the WMC and the tangata whenua reference group to provide input into the 10-year review and setting of targets. Consent is being sought on the basis of a substantial program of improvement, known as the DrainWise program, along with improved overflow management, appropriate overflow response and monitoring, proactive network maintenance, and operational and other network management improvements. This program of improvements continues the substantial work already undertaken by Council, in which it has already invested significant resources and expenditure. DrainWise is explained in detail in the evidence of Mr. Kantz. The DrainWise program remains a key part of Council's 3 water work, as demonstrated through the 2018 to 2028 long-term plan and the 2021 to 2031 long-term plan. I've set out these matters in detail in my evidence in chief. It should be noted that alongside funding identified for DrainWise and related work, Council has also identified issues regarding infrastructure renewals in the long-term plan. The ability to develop and improve drainage infrastructure needs to be considered along other priorities, and the need for GDC to manage the affordability in the context of infrastructure challenges and the Council's comparatively low income levels and high social deprivation scores. Council maintains a strong commitment to consulting and working with tangata whenua and making decisions, which is also a key direction in the spatial plan as demonstrated through this process, which it understands is challenging and difficult for tangata whenua. It is committed to a program that will ensure over time those discharges will be reduced. The applicant is committed to working with tangata whenua to mitigate effects and better understand priorities while the progressive reduction is implemented. Again, this is reflected in the draft conditions put forward by the applicant, which is discussed in more detail by Mr. Mayhew. Finally, I note the issue of consent term, which is addressed further by Mr. Mayhew. The applicant's position on the consent term was set out in the January Section 92 response, as outlined in paragraph 1912 of the section 42A report. The applicant's view is that the Gisborne Wastewater Network is a fundamental public infrastructure and lifeline utility. It considers that better environmental outcomes will be achieved through a longer consent term and targets which are required to be met at key points. This will facilitate better long-term infrastructure planning for this critical community asset and a dedicated pathway to continual improvement from an environmental and cultural perspective. Rather than relying on the blunt instrument of reduced consent term, it would not be business as usual as asserted by some of the submitters. Rather, council would be bound by the terms and conditions of the resource consent if granted, which provide for high level of reporting and transparency regarding overflows. Again, the details of the consent conditions proposed by the applicant will be addressed by the evidence of Mr. Mayhew. Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Well, and actually one is just on that last point when you discuss the term, and yeah, I completely understand your reasons for asking a long term. But when you look back at the plan and that policy C 6.2.2.9, would it be fair to say that the expectation from the plan is that if the frequency of overflows hasn't been meeting the frequency that's specified in that clause, that it should just be a shorter 5-year term? So I guess it's just, it seems to me that's what the plan says, and that's what the expectation of the plan is. And I know it's not what you're asking for, but I just wanted to make sure that's a reasonable comparison for us to be making.
Through you, Chair, the term is something that we need to provide evidence of around our commitment and our changes for what we have been doing. We acknowledge that we are asking for a longer term than the plan currently provides for. However, we're showing a path that we're committed to and wanting to show that it's a longer term solution to fix what we have, and hence the timeframes that we've sought. Also, the reviews that we've asked are serious reviews by going through our Wastewater Management Committee to hold us to account for transparency and to show delivery against the plan that we outlined. With the DrainWise program, we're only as good as our results that we're able to implement on the ground and show progressive reduction, and implementation of that DrainWise program is the only thing that will help bring those down. That takes time, which we need to be able to set a plan and work towards to align with our 10-year plan for the long-term plan, but also our infrastructure as well.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks. So you mentioned in paragraph 9 about the Wastewater Management Committee, and I guess perhaps follows on from Raul's question. There's the 4 iwi members. How are they appointed?
Through you, Chair, the members for Mana Whenua are appointed by their boards. So each of the boards nominates their chair in writing or reaffirms those every time the WMC is reappointed by the mayor in the electoral cycle. It's reaffirmed as to who those representatives will be, but they are appointed by Mana Whenua.
Okay, and are you able to give us an indication of their view, if they've expressed a view of these applications?
Through you, Chair, they have been consulted. They're aware of where we have applied for. They have also reserved their right to submit, and they have submitted as part of this process as well.
Okay, good. And the last thing I just wanted to check with you is to what's GDC's position on the government's 3 water reforms, and whether that might make any meaningful changes to what we are discussing.
Through you, Chair, Council has no formal position. We are waiting for the detail to actually understand the reforms, the implications, and what that looks like at this stage.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Just on that point, yeah, I have addressed that in the section 128 section of my legal submissions, which is that we have provided for a review clause in there in the event that there might be a different entity which ends up being the consent holder. We have provided.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a good approach. So, yep.
So in terms of if this consent gets granted, or if these consents get granted, then who would be the administering authority under the Three Waters review? Would that still be Gisborne District Council? Or is that still, or is it some sort of super duper government agency that's going to be run out of Auckland or whatever?
So I think the issue is that those proposals are still in a very early stage. I think the government released something recently in the last couple of weeks indicating that there might be 4 separate authorities. And I think the indication for this region was that it would go from the East Cape all the way down to Wellington. But those are just proposals that have been put out. There's been nothing further progressed. And so the applicant's position is that GDC, as the current manager of those wastewater network, is applying for consent. They will be the consent holder if something occurs at a later date, which means that there is another entity which takes over the consents and the instruction, and that will need to be worked through. And there is an ability in the RMA, obviously, to transfer consents over to a new consent holder, which is exactly why we provided that section 1 to 8 review, just to sort of tidy it up. But that will have to go through the process still in a sort of very early stage for that.
Just I'm already seeing the propaganda on TV and I want to throw something at the television when I see the ad.
Through you, Chair, we've been sitting alongside DIA and the Three Waters reform, and we've fed back collectively as unitary authorities and all councils across the country about how would transfer of consents and those things be managed. Standards of consents and those things is a huge thing that needs to be unpicked as part of this process. As Ms. Amy said, we still have so much more detail to come out before we're able to have a position on it.
Sure. Thank
The issue I want to raise may actually be better put to somebody else, but I'm going to put it to you anyway to get your view on it. And it's around the sort of plethora of committees and things that tangata whenua are bought into in the district council context. And this is another one that seems to be adding even more of these sort of requirements out of iwi, and for better or for worse. But I mean, the WMC is one, and then there's a whole lot. There's the tangata whenua reference group that's coming up. The Kiwa engagement group has been doing its work, and from what I understand, will continue on. So there's quite a number of bits to it. You raise here in paragraph 11 the Turanganui Kiwa Water Quality Enhancement Project. I'm not quite sure how we fit into that. I would be quite interested in your response on that particular. But I think in a wider context, given the point you raised about the index, where Gisborne is and the affordability index, if I could put it that way, what's your view on the sort of expanse of requirements out of iwi, tangata whenua?
Through you, Chair, the way that we have it structured, I think works quite well, having worked in a number of areas across the country. Our Wastewater Management Committee is governors to governors. So that's primarily very senior mana whenua reps that are on that panel at a very senior level, normally board members that are speaking governor to governor with our councillors. The Kiwa group, the Turanganui Kiwa Water Quality Enhancement Project, a lot of that mahi is actually at the request of the WMC, who are asking for technical input or technical advice that they provide directly to the Wastewater Management Committee.
Okay.
The best example of that and why I think it works well, the mortuary waste that's just been approved by our council. So our council's just done a bylaw to remove all mortuary waste from our ocean outfall. And that was something that we partnered, I think, very well with council, with the Kiwa team, to actually come through with a recommendation to the Wastewater Management Committee of why, how, and this is what it's going to cost. And that went through council in a really cool way. And it was really humbling to be part of. So there are different levels of input, from expertise at a governance level right down to a tauranga science, from a tikanga and those sort of things. So it's different levels of people and different input. We do have a number of standing committees as a council, a number of partnerships and MOU with mana whenua, and that helps us strengthen what we're able to do and also give us critical guidance where we need it as an organisation. And we only need to get better in that space, I think.
Yeah, I mean, all looks very encouraging, I have to say, from a personal point of view. But I also fully understand that the load this puts on people locally, because you're not the only place where this sort of thing happens. You know, it's right across the board. And I think perhaps unfortunately it has to happen. I think we're going through a fairly critical stage in our development anyway. Yeah. The only other question I had, Commissioner Callan had already asked, was about the 4 iwi members on the Wastewater Management Committee.
Just a follow-up question while Rao's looking through his notes. To whom does that committee report? Is it to the full council?
Through you, Chair. Yes, they report directly to full council.
No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
What will the council do if the consents aren't granted? Other than appeal, but assuming after appeal they're not granted, where does that leave the council?
We would have to sit down and look at what path we would be able to have going forward. Obviously, this is something that we need to be able to have the ability to act in a wet weather and a dry weather event. So we would have to reassess why and then look at what our options are going forward.
Just very briefly, the wastewater treatment plant, when was its consent granted and when does that expire? Somebody else can answer it maybe.
I think it's 2042 that it expires. My terrible maths is that was the 90s that it was put through. 2009.
Very.
2014, 15, yeah.
So the short answer is not for a very long time.
We do have the substantial upgrade, which is breaking ground at this current time. So we're about to embark on the substantial upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant as well.
In terms of the annual plan numbers, I'm just making sure I've got it right. So in the last LTP, the 1828 one, I'm looking at paragraph 45 of your evidence in chief. You talk about council is currently allocated 15.6 million for renewals of old pipes, increased to jetting maintenance and surveillance of blockages with 4 million, and provided 6 million towards addressing private property flooding issues and that. Then I come over to the current draft LTP, and you talk about capital expenditure on wastewater of 28.8 million. Are you talking about the same activities in both of those, please, David?
So through you, Chair, there's two parts to it. So there's the renewals that we talk about and the capital upgrades to the reticulated network. The second part's in relation to the wastewater treatment plant and some of the numbers that needing to be spent there. So we've separated those two spends out. So we have a spend where we have the 6.6 million increase in spends in this long-term plan opposed to the other. That's in relation to the reticulated network, the storage, the upgrades that we need to do there. Then we have the spend in the LTP for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade as well.
Okay, so it talks about in the last one providing 6 million towards addressing private property flooding issues, and in this one it talks about 4.1 million. Are they comparable, and if so, why have they decreased in the current proposed long-term plan?
So through you, Chair, they're separate spends again. So the $6 million is the private property fixes, where we're putting public drains on private property and we're working, so that's over the life of the 10-year plan. So that's the funding that's been set aside for that. The other funding is for changes within our articulated network out on the street. So it's not the private property fixes. We have the private property where we have multiple stormwater issues or wastewater issues that are going through one person's gully trap or inflow, those things. That's a separate budget compared to the budget that we have for the out on the street, I suppose is the easiest way to differentiate between the two. The increases in this LTP, they were not decreases.
It's still, to me, it's still confusing. In your paragraph 45, you talk about provided 6 million towards addressing private property flooding issues, and then you say 4.1 million on drain wise. Are those figures not directly comparable?
So through you, Chair, they have different components to them. So the public drains on private property is a spend that we have every year. The $4 million that we have, the drain-wise budgets, the best way for me to put this is there are a number of different things that can help lead towards direct inflow and infiltration in the system. Some are called drain-wise, some are also just part of our wastewater and stormwater renewals program, where there may be a tenuous link between the two, but it would be disingenuous for me to claim the numbers for both of them because they help, but they're not direct things as part of drain-wise. The drain-wise program is primarily focused on making sure we have the private property fixes where we're going around assessing and looking at the needs. The drain-wise program will look at a catchment and will identify that as a private property issue that needs to be resolved to get it out of the system. It may also identify where it's a public drain issue that needs to be resolved, or it could be a mix of the two. So the budgets aren't apples and apples, they're apples and oranges because there are crossovers between the two, but they aren't necessarily the same budgets as you look at them, as we record them as council.
Thank you. Final question. What's the state of the subsurface infrastructure like? Is it primarily old clay pipes, or has there been some replacement within the main networks? It's raining again. Within the main networks by PVC and flexible joints, or is that just a very long-term program to do those?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can leave that for Mr. West's evidence, he'll be able to give you a far better answer than I'll be able to.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for David from the floor, please? Questions of clarification? I don't think this is the right witness for your question either. I think that's Mr. Cairns. Okay.
Question was asked in the expiry of the output. Clarification of the consent for the treatment plant now, when does that expire?
We'll just quickly find it if that's right, Chair.
Someone will get the date for that and we'll tell you. I think 2042 is probably a good enough answer for us.
Just a note on that, it has its own, obviously its own separate resource consent, so it's not relevant to this resource consent application, but we will provide the date.
It's just I'm interested in timing issues in relation to the term that this might be for and when that might expire as well. Any questions, Todd? Okay, thank you, David. You can go back to work now. Go back to your day job. Okay, thank you very much. Can I call you Neville, Mr. West?
Certainly can.
Okay,
I've been called lots of other things too, so.
lots of us have.
Morena, my name is Neville Edward West. I'm employed by the Gisborne District Council as the Four Waters Infrastructure Manager. I am the joint project lead for this project along with Wolfgang Kantz. I have the qualification and experience set out in my evidence in chief. GDC owns and operates an essential wastewater system that services the city of Gisborne, collecting wastewater from houses, businesses and industry and transport this via a series of pipes, pump stations to the wastewater treatment plant. It is explained in detail in section 1 of my EIC. The Gisborne city population served by the wastewater network is 32,579. We have about 15,278 connections. The network consists of 226 kilometres of mains, 2,856 manholes, 91 kilometres of laterals, 40 pump stations and 1 wastewater treatment plant. A map of the network is shown in figure 1 of my EIC. A network schematic is shown in figure 2 of my EIC. The Gisborne wastewater system is sized and operated in accordance with the current engineering practice to convey 6 times average dry weather flow. 50% of the reticulated network is located in private property and is owned by the property owner, with council publicly managing the remaining 50%. The 2 components operate as one network, which presents specific management challenges. It is standard wastewater design practice to install overflow relief points in the wastewater networks to protect public health and to protect the important infrastructure components. The Gisborne wastewater system is no different and contains primary, secondary and tertiary overflow points as set out in the application and my EIC, refer to table 1 and figure 4. The cause of wastewater overflows are understood. The wastewater overflows occur as a result of excessive rainwater, stormwater entering the network through inflow and infiltration. This occurs primarily on private property as a result of incorrect drainage or illegal connections, floodwater overtopping and cracked and leaking gully traps, and infiltration into pipes through cracks and joints. Council has already undertaken a significant work and capital investment program on council's part, with initial focus being largely on council's assets. This is described in the application and my EIC. Council's focus has now shifted to resolving issues originating on private property through the Drain and Rise program outlined in the evidence of Mr. Cairns. The cause of the dry weather overflows are also well understood and in Gisborne occur predominantly as a result of blockages in the network, mostly associated with a third party putting foreign object in the wastewater system or fat buildup or a break in the network. While council is proactive in preventing dry weather overflows, as far as practical, they cannot be eliminated entirely. Examples of the items associated with the blockages in the network are shown in figure 10 of the application. Dry weather overflows at pump stations are rare because significant levels of redundancy are already built into the on-site infrastructure. The last mechanical failure that led to a dry weather overflow was in 2015 from the Steel Road pump station, and further improvements were undertaken as a result. Council has a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to managing dry weather overflows, which includes regular and proactive maintenance and inspection of the wastewater network, contingency measures for any foreseeable breakdowns, equipment failure, and comprehensive response, monitoring, and notification protocols. The matters are set out in detail in my EIC. Council has adopted all practical and best practice methods to manage the potential risks of dry weather overflows. In addition, Council has a comprehensive public education campaign to address third-party behaviour which impacts on the network. This includes a 5-part mini-series of various aspects relating to dry weather overflow and wet weather overflow. Videos, posters, flyers, billboards, social media messaging, mailbox drops, radio interviews, in the Gisborne Herald advertisements. This aspect is necessary and ongoing. I've set out in detail in section 3 of my EIC the overflow management process, including council's asset management approach and its relationship with a dedicated tier 1 contractor, currently Fort and Hogan. As outlined in the application and my EIC, the maintenance strategy is both preventative, proactive and reactive. Council's contract outlines are required levels of service, including response times, material standards, workmanship and health and safety requirements. I've also explained in detail in section 3 a description of council's operating procedure and opening protocols. It is important to note that unlike some other councils, wastewater overflow discharges require manual intervention by council to known discharge locations. As such, they are subject to comprehensive management and responses, including opening protocols, monitoring and notification protocols. The wet weather protocols have recently been updated and I now table this document. As noted above, the dry weather overflows typically occur as a result of unexpected problems in the network, mostly associated with third-party behaviour. Council's protocols for responding to dry weather overflows are set out in the wastewater procedure for dry weather discharges and overflows. This document has recently been created as a standalone document to clarify the procedure, including response, notification requirements, and monitoring, sampling and reporting requirements and the contractor training. I now table this document. The frequency of wet weather overflows is set out in the application and my EIC. It is important to note that overflow frequency and performance is not directly comparable from year to year, as it is rainfall event related. So wet weather overflows will occur more often in years with a larger number of heavy rain events and less often in years with fewer heavy rain events. Council has undertaken an ongoing program of improvement works, which has largely focused on council-owned assets, 80%, has substantially improved both networks in accordance with best practice. These matters have been set out in detail in my EIC. To provide national context to the performance of GDC's network, it has been benchmarked against reported performance with other councils for the 2018-19 financial year, as reported in the Water New Zealand Performance Review 2018-19. Although some caution should be exercised in drawing comparisons as overflow information is collected and reported differently by councils, particularly for wet weather overflows. The benchmarking data indicates that councils' wet weather and dry weather overflows per 1,000 connections is at the low/better end range, of participated council performance, both in respect to similar sized councils and across all councils. This indicates that council's wastewater system and associated management is comparable to national practice. As set out in my evidence and the evidence of Mr. Cairns, council's focus through the drainwise program is now on the private property component of the network. Mr. Cairns' evidence details the further process that will be undertaken by council to implement the next stages of the drainwise program. The drainwise program and other planned network improvements will work to reduce the frequency, duration, and volume of overflow events over time. However, this is a substantial program of improvement, which takes time to implement and evaluate, and accordingly a 20-year term is essential. As identified by the reporting officer, a blunt approach to a short term of consent is likely to be counterproductive in facilitating positive environmental outcomes of the medium to long term, as it will give council little certainty to commit significant financial resources when it will be faced with a reconsenting requirement in the short term. Comprehensive consent conditions are proposed by the applicant as outlined in the evidence of Mr. Mayhew, which will ensure the network remains effective and efficient and will address the effects of overflows.
Yeah, I just have one question, and that is the the current focus that you outlined being on private property, the network. How do you define private property?
For the wastewater system, it's the property boundary on the road reserve.
Okay.
So council owns the pipes out on the road and the private lateral up to the boundary of the property. And from inside the boundary is private property.
All right. And is there any particular subgrouping that you make in the private property picture?
No, we don't make any differentiation. That's
All right, yeah. So all private property is pretty much handled the same way.
I think the differentiation is that issue of public drains on private property, where council has actively extended its network into private property, but that's provided for in the Local Government Act, where it's a public drain on private property. So where we identify flooding on private property, and it's from probably 3 or more properties that are contributing to it, the property itself probably sees the effect of flooding, but it's actually from all the surrounding properties. And it's unfair on the property owner from a public good or public benefit versus private benefit to actually invoke some kind of remediation work on the private owner when it's a much larger area that we're dealing with.
And I just want to pick up on a phrase that various experts have used or are using, and that is reducing the frequency, duration, and volume of overflow events. How do you reduce the frequency?
Ultimately, that's heading towards removing the fast response.
All right.
So if we remove fast response, just recognise that in our application, we actually have identified that it's the primary focus at the moment, but we also be looking at infiltration issues. So it doesn't stop just with fast response. The fast response portion of it is to try and achieve the initial target reduction, but it will be ongoing for council to also look at infiltration, so the leaking pipes and that side of it.
So there are other things to respond to.
Yeah, it's just the order and the timeline to which we will continue to do that.
Okay.
Just in relation to that, Mr. Wilson, pass the buck to you about answering questions about the state of the subsurface infrastructure and what proportion remain as clay pipes versus PVC and more flexible joints. Can you give us some indication of what sort of renewal has been undertaken and in which places it's been undertaken?
So at the moment, we probably have somewhere in the order of 30% of our network is clay pipes.
Sorry, 30%.
So our renewal strategy is actually to target the renewal of the clay pipes. What's quite interesting is when council's network also got changed with material type like to asbestos cement, the private property laterals remain clay pipes. So in reality, we've seen probably right up to about the late 1960s, we had still a lot of clay pipe being put on private property, which then they transferred over into PVC. So while council's got network, so to give you an example, earthenware pipes probably 4 foot long. So you have a joint every 4 foot. So it's quite susceptible to infiltration. When we have AC pipe, which comes in 4 meter lengths, we've only got a joint one every 4 meters. So less opportunity for leakage. But when you go onto private property, the lateral going to the private property will either be AC or earthenware. But when we get into the private property, there's a lot more earthenware. Hence why we are looking to inject ourselves more into that the private space. The private property owner actually doesn't have a strategy for replacing their sewer pipes. So in our evidence, we're actually looking to develop a program around renewing the private property laterals, because being 50% of the network creates a significant problem or challenge for us to manage the whole network.
Some of those old clay pipes on private property would be decades old. Centuries old.
I might be wrong in the figure, but I think 25% of the private property network is older than 70 years.
Sorry.
Yeah, looking at these quite graphic pictures that you provided in your EIC on dry water overflow. Just some of the things that people actually put into the system that, yeah, those ones, yeah. And you referred to the efforts that New Zealand wide are putting into addressing that. And you cite wet wipe flushing as one possible, but with the advances in technology these days, are there any other ideas coming through as to how to better deal with?
I think the national perspective is actually don't flush wet wipes, put them in paper towels and put them in your rubbish bin.
Oh, yeah.
So what we have done though proactively is most of our pump stations now got cutter pumps been put in. So we've upgraded our pumps to actually cut up the wet wipes into smaller sizes. But in reality, it's still going to cause us problems. And from the photos you see, they are significant.
Are they, internationally, I'm assuming that people face the same problem everywhere in the world. Almost.
Everywhere, and I think you can probably cite England. They've got some massive fatbergs and that type of stuff, which are a combination of wet wipes and fat.
Yeah.
How they get some of the stuff down the toilet still remains a mystery to us.
Well, I know, yeah, you're not kidding. Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for that. When you identify problems on private properties, is it the private property owner's responsibility to initiate the repair and pay for it?
Correct. That's generally the wastewater portion of it. There is that public drain and private property issue that we deal with, where we decide whether that's a public benefit or a private benefit. And at that point, we decide whether we extend our network. But some of the things that are interesting for Gisborne's network is that a lot of the private property are actually in low-lying areas. And if you drive around some of the parts of Gisborne, you'll actually see the roads are much higher than the properties. So we have a major issue with obviously trying to get water off private property. And one of the things that haven't been done well in the past is providing connection for private property. So sometimes our need to extend the stormwater network into private property is giving them access to an outlet. One of the other contributing things that has happened in Gisborne is in the early 1970s, a lot of council put under pressure to pipe open drains. And the pipes that were put in were too small, and we're, as part of upgrades, we're now actually going through undoing the past and in some ways and actually returning open drains again because of water quality issues. So it's been quite a major challenge for us to go through it, and that's why we use our stormwater models and the like to try and identify all that.
Yeah, okay. And is there much resistance to the private property repairs getting done, and what measures do you take to enforce that to make sure?
We're actually at the point, and that's in our evidence, we're actually now working through Mr. Cairns' evidence around, we're developing a case study around enforcing ourselves onto the private property side of it. Okay. At the moment, we do little enforcement apart from asking people to do repairs, and that's if we have major root intrusion. But in reality, if we did a water test, they would probably fail. So on private property, some of those pipe lengths are only 2 feet long, and so multiple joints. So even though we don't see in the camera root intrusion, the rubber joints will probably fail and water getting in. So our challenge is actually work out an effective way that council can help the ratepayer reduce the cost. So we're looking at council involvement. So that's why we're doing a case study on that side of it. So we're dealing with the fast response, and we're now looking at also dealing with what we term medium priority work, which is the private property lateral. And we've got to come up with a way that we can help the ratepayer reduce their costs.
Yeah.
So I would imagine over the next 1 to 2 years, we'll have that strategy sorted. And then you'll see council doing a lot more enforcement work. Our main aim is to educate first, find a way of cooperating with the property owner to do the fixes. And then if that fails, then enforcement is our last option.
Okay, that's good, thanks. I just wanted to make sure I understand everything that's encompassed in the dry weather overflows. So how do you normally become aware of a dry weather overflow incident?
Normally, we would either get a gully track overflow occurring, and the property owner will ring up saying my gully track's overflowing. And we're not talking like a fire hose going, we're talking about dribbling over the side. That's generally the first one, or else conversely, we get a manhole that's starting to leak. And again, it's not a gusher, it's a dribble out of the manhole. So those are generally our two ways of notification.
Okay, so it's a complaint from a member of the public. There's a problem happening.
Or an observation by our maintenance team.
Yeah, yeah. And the examples you give in your evidence, or Mr. Kahn's evidence, I'm not sure. I think you've got a suction truck that perhaps goes to help to suck up.
So part of our protocol is try and get there as fast as we can, and actually firstly intervene from getting to water. It's our first criteria. The next one then is to actually contain, then suck out with a sucker truck, and then jet clean.
Yeah. How many sucker trucks have you got access to?
We've got 4 within it, but 3 of them are contractors who may or may not be available. One's dedicated to our maintenance contractor who has got 100% availability.
Yeah, yeah. Because I think this idea of can they be eliminated, and I think we'd probably agree they can't, but I guess the elimination that we're focused on is eliminating them getting to surface waterways.
Yeah.
And if it's dry weather, and if you've got sucker trucks available, that would seem perhaps a more likely outcome, that you perhaps could eliminate discharges to waterways. Is that feasible?
Given that we've got 226 or 28 kilometres of pipe, it's very hard. Some of them are going to be near water by dint that the roads are beside waterways. The curb and channel flows straight to it. So most of the major water sources, though, we've got a small water bodies. They're not large rivers and streams. So generally we're able to contain most of it. But there are some that will definitely obviously in large areas, but there's no fixed regime around whether we'll get there in time or not.
In your evidence or someone's evidence, there's that table of how many incidents occur and how many get to water. So it seems like you're doing a reasonable job of intercepting them in the majority of cases.
And that's based on the fact that we encourage our contractor to get on site first and then contain.
Yeah, yeah. So if it has come up a manhole or on someone's private property, the bit of wastewater that's got out onto the ground, how does that, is there anything done to clean that up?
We suck it up and then we put disinfectant.
Okay.
Then wash it again and suck it up.
Okay. You don't sort of hose it down into the waterway?
No.
Good.
Counterproductive.
Well, exactly, but I thought it might be an easy thing to do, so. Okay, and you're happy that we can take it that there have been no discharges to the coastal marine area? That I think that's in the evidence. Right. And the primary overflow point, I think it's described as the Wainui Road overflow. That is outside of the
under the Great Snowy.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. Yep. Oh, and of the other overflows, there's this table of the overflows. Which of those go to the Kapua Whakapata stream?
None of them do.
None of them do.
So all of the overflows that used to go to Kapua Whakapata have now been closed and are no longer used. Pretty much our golden rule is under no circumstances we discharge to the Kapua Whakapata.
Okay, so the issues of poor water quality in that stream that are being observed are not related to any of your wet weather overflow discharge points.
Correct.
Okay, good. So there's the target of 85% removal of inflows that you're looking to achieve. How will you know when that's been achieved?
So the primary focus for us will be the flow meter at Wainui overflow. So right by the Gisborne Bridge, we have got a flow meter in there. Kaiti area has actually been identified through the flow monitoring regime that was put in place to calibrate our network model. Identified that the Kaiti catchment is the one that has the highest inflow and infiltration. So we put the flow meter at the one point where it crosses the river. And we'll monitor that. It'll also be monitored by the fact of how many times do we have to then open the valve and for how long. One of the targets now is to make sure it's a very fine line to when do we close the overflow valve to return it back to normal, because we've still got upstream properties that could be inundated. So we are closing it probably earlier than we used to. We used to take a more conservative role to make sure we didn't have overflows on private property, but we're now trying to tighten up that regime between opening and closing. So we discharge as minimal as we can.
Yeah. So that flow meter record, how long has it been in existence?
It's probably at least 4 years.
Yeah, and is it showing a reduction in inflow?
We're finding it difficult to correlate to the rainfall, and I think even it's come will cover off that issue. So it's very difficult for us to determine how far we're progressing, but in reality, we've made significant reduction because I actually started with council at amalgamation, took over this project, and I went consulting for 10 years and came back again. So I actually know what it was like back in the early 90s. And at that stage, we would probably be having 14 overflows a year. We would be opening 15 overflow points. They're automatic, going straight out into the river. So when considering what you see now is we're down to less than 4 a year on average, and duration is reducing. We're actually starting to see we're definitely seeing improvements now. And that's also seeing the benefit of the stormwater upgrade work that's gone on as well.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's good, thank you.
General statements about contingency plans, etc., etc. Do the pump stations have backup generators, for instance?
We have on one of our major pump stations, we have a permanent one assigned to it, and we've got 3 others that are portable. The backups we've got is pump stations only require 1 pump to run, but we have a standby pump as well. Okay. We have controls that are run by telemetry, and it's monitored live by telemetry. We also have overrides, so we don't just rely on electronics. So we have floats in the system that will automatically start pumps regardless. So if the float activates, it will turn that on. I think in my evidence, you also note that we had a major power outage when a plane hit some power lines and just out of Gisborne, and we were 30 hours without power. We were able to run our network at that time with portable generators and suction trucks, and we had no dry weather overflows.
Just as well it wasn't raining.
You've got to get lucky sometimes.
So the permanent backup generators down at the one on Wainui Road?
No, not Wainui Road, no. Wainui Road's actually a wet weather pump station. So around the 2000 millennium, that pump station was put in there. One was to, with the expected population increase coming into Gisborne to see the sunrise in 2000. We anticipated that we would have a major population increase. So we actually upgraded a lot of pump stations at that point to cope with that and to make provision for portable generators to be attached and suction bypasses and all that. So that was to the benefit of it. But it was also, the Wainui one was also put in as a wet weather pump station. So trying to reduce the amount that we discharge at the Wainui overflow. So that pump station bypasses and goes over the railway bridge. So if you ever look at that bridge, there's the main bridge further downstream. So that is a wet weather pump station, and that was to support the reduction process.
Thank you. How do you figure 50% is on private property and 50% is council network? Is that a guesstimate, or is that?
No, we did a sample of, we actually measured how much, where the pipes went around the back of the houses and the light. So we did a sample area and then we extrapolated it out. I mean, we weren't going to spend all our time debating that, but it's enough to significantly say that, you know, there is a major component of the network is actually on private property.
So if the council network's 236 kilometres, I think you said, a similar amount is on private land.
Yeah.
The Seymour Road, Terrene Road, primary overflow point. We went to that yesterday and got the impression that quite a bit of work had already been done, and it may not operate as frequently as it had in the past. Is that essentially, it's work in progress, but there seems to be a reasonable fix to it? Is that a fair comment?
We're optimistic to say that we think we've done as best as we can. We are looking at constructing an alternative overflow, which was actually already in place. So the Owen Road overflow is actually one that historically was used, but the manhole right by Seymour, Terrene Seymour, actually bubbled up.
Yeah.
So we had a cross land flow in traffic. So that's why we actually introduced a manual valve to that one to stop the health risk and public driving through that. The upgrade work that we've done on Terrene Street included removing stormwater. So I think we have 4 constructed private, public drains and private property now managing the stormwater in that area. That went straight into the Terrene line. We also jet cleaned that line. We found that we had a major fat buildup in that line. We put a flow monitoring device at the intersection of Delator and Terrene Street now to monitor the network levels. And what we're now seeing is those levels no longer get to the original levels that we historically had seen. So we're reasonably confident that it would have to be for us a very extreme event now for us to activate that.
So you're not giving an assurance that it's totally fixed, but we believe we've made good progress.
Oh, I think we've definitely made good progress, and we've definitely taken heed of the submissions from the local residents. And so over the last 3 years, we've done extensive work, ongoing work in that area. So we have noted the residents' concerns in that area, and we recognise that a discharge into that Owen Road drain is probably unacceptable with the fact we've got schools downstream as well.
Excellent.
Probably as an aside to that, rather than open a scale valve, we'll probably put a suction truck in there and suck out any liquid in that area anyway. So that would probably be our fallback position.
Yeah, just on that, I mean, that seems to be quite a significant improvement because you're removing one of your primary overflow points.
Yeah.
Just in the draft conditions, you've got that condition 19, which sort of seems really weak. You know, it just says, talks about intentions. And it seemed to me it would be much preferable if if there could be some certainty that will be removed as a primary overflow point by such and such a date, because it seems like you're pretty much there.
Yeah.
And it would just be much better to have a condition that's a bit more certain than what's currently drafted. So, yeah, that'd be good.
Can I take you to your table at paragraph 65 of your evidence and chief minutes? So this is a list of wet weather overflows, and I guess I've highlighted some of the ones where you've got like those 2014 events, June and August, where you've got 12 and 11 surcharge points respectively. Are those all primary, secondary or tertiary points, or are some of those manhole covers that have simply popped in the events and
They probably got down to tertiary.
sorry?
They probably would have got, some of them would have got to tertiary.
So there would have been, okay, thank you. In terms of those events, and we've got a estimated volume and the amount of time, and I know in very general terms that the number of overflow points and the volume of overflow is probably showing a slightly decreasing trend. Does that really reflect the upgrades to the wastewater network, the subsurface infrastructure, or does that also reflect initial work on what the council calls the drain-wise program?
Definitely the drain-wise program is in play for those reductions, and what you're seeing now is the more proactive work that's been done under the drain-wise with the trying to remove the fast response. I think Mr. Cairns' evidence goes back to 2017, where you're starting to see the direct inflow reduction starting. The challenge that we have is when I came back to council and reviewed the progress, what became evident was a lot of the fast response downpipes into gully traps had been removed, but when we went back and re-inspected the downpipes were back in gully traps again. So from 2017 onwards, we're now requiring permanent connections of the stormwater to an approved outlet. So it removes the temptation now. Well, there's no temptation to put it back in the gully trap now. So that's been one of the kind of the step changes. So when we're doing the drain-wise program, we're looking for permanent solutions and try to avoid going back redoing the re-inspections of the properties. So in some cases, we've done 4 or 6 times re-inspection of the same property. Really, in reality, should be doing 1. So it's just a shift in mindset now around permanent solutions.
So why was that happening? Could they not connect to an effective stormwater?
It was probably the people of the day in terms of what they were asking to be done. So the notice was to remove the downpipe, whereas the notice should have been removed downpipe and connect to an improved outlet.
Yeah.
So if you're, how can I put it? As an employee of Gisborne District Council and being responsible for management of this whole area, are you confident that the drain-wise program can come anywhere close to that 85% reduction in overflows over time? Like if I read the evidence of Mr. Garside, he says it's ambitious. I look at his envelope graphs and very few of them achieve an 85% reduction. It's more in the order of 65 or 75%. Do you believe that in Gisborne, putting your hand on your heart, that can be delivered, that 85% reduction?
I certainly couldn't put my hand on my heart. I don't think anybody would. And if I won lotto as well, I think that's but in reality, I think we've got multiple fallback positions. We've got the 75%, what do we do? So if we don't achieve 85%, what do we do? We've got the fallback position of 75%, we've got the fallback position of 65%. But to run in parallel with that, we're continuing to do our renewals on our main. So we're going to get a reduction from infiltration. We've got a program in place to start looking at the laterals on private property. And because that's halfway between direct inflow and infiltration in terms of the response times, we'll get a reduction there. So I think it's an accumulative. I think the 85% is achievable in terms of taking the wider picture. And that's why we need time to do it.
So the wider picture, including clay pipe renewal, improvement on private property, and improvements in your own wastewater, ongoing improvements in your own wastewater network.
I think we've made a major step forward too with public drains on private property. So we flew the city and we had digital train model done of the whole city. So we're able to identify the low points, and we've gone out and done property inspections around those low points and identified flooding that's getting into gully traps. And so we've either put a pipe in there or we've required the private property owner to do something about it. So I think it is achievable, but it's that our ability, I think, to make sure that the gully traps are sealed, the gully traps are lifted above the 10-year flood level, and we remove all the downpipes and the cross connections. So that all that stuff we're talking about is actually the fast response. So that's the 85%. And when you think about our sewer pipes are really about that size, the bulk of it. And we're talking stormwater pipes that size. It's not hard to imagine that a few downpipes are going to impact on our network. So in the last 2 years, we removed 50 downpipes going into gully traps. So that would have definitely completely inundated our catchment over in the Kaiti area.
I think when I asked Mike Grief yesterday, he said in Kaiti that about 10% of properties had tap sewers in effect, or what I call tap sewers.
Yeah.
And it was obviously it's difficult to determine in some cases, and smoke tests aren't necessarily going to do it.
And it's difficult for council because at the end of the day, we've got 3,500 properties to inspect over there and find the hidden connections. And so if we do it methodically, I think it is achievable.
So is there a dedicated staff group implementing this program?
Yes, and there has been since 2003.
2003.
That we set up a what is now the Drain Wise team.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Neville? I don't know if he's the right guy either. It might be Mr. Carnes, I think, or Mr. Garside.
He's the right guy. Neville, have any other cities achieved 85% reduction in flow and wet weather events?
I'm not aware of it, but I also think council's program Drainwise is actually a bit of ahead of most councils. So a lot of councils have accepted the stormwater and wastewater and have got combined systems. I think as far as I know, we are at the probably leading edge for reduction, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Garside will be able to clarify that. He's got more experience with other councils.
There's no flow reduction in the flow meter Winery Road in your experience?
No, there is flow reduction. I said it's difficult to identify relating it to rainfall.
Yes, but you would have comparable rainfalls, sure.
We've got 3 sites around Gisborne where we measure rainfall, but it's very hard to correlate because we get quite isolated, as you are aware. We get isolated rain around Gisborne that fall heavily in one area, and if we don't have rain gauge, it's very difficult for us to interpolate, but we've definitely seen major reductions in flows, and that's measured by the fact we're reducing the duration time and events that we have occur at the Wainui Road discharge.
I've got a couple short ones.
Depends what they are.
I'm sorry.
Maybe it depends what the questions are.
You see, if a gully tract overflows onto the ground, it does not reach a waterway. Is that an overflow used in either, let's say, a dry weather overflow or wet weather? Is that an overflow used? Do you need a consent? Is that an overflow used as far as the consent perspective? One gone,
No.
so it has to reach the waterway.
Well, it's a consent requirement to look at all the discharges in combination, not individual ones, but that consent embraces all the individual discharges.
It's an important issue because there's an option of it going into the river or not opening a valve and it overflowing in private property. If it overflows in private property and it can get one of consent, an overflow used up as far as numbers of overflows allowable in the consent, it's important to actually differentiate. Surely.
Okay. I hear the point, but I'm not sure what the question is.
We treat an overflow as an event. So if there are multiple overflows, because of a rain event or whatever, we don't count every gully tract or every manhole that's overflowed as an individual overflow. So we relate it to an event.
And you relate it to the public network rather than the private network. Okay.
One more. Crucial evidence is the age and the depth of the pipes in the public network. Easy to obtain, crucial information that this hearing should have.
Well, that's a matter for us to decide how much information we need. I'm not sure it is that crucial. We need an overall understanding, but we're not dealing with the council's renewal program for its wastewater network. We're dealing with the consequences of wastewater overflows and how they can be reduced.
Exactly, and they are related.
They are related, but we don't need to delve into every detail of the wastewater network. What we're primarily concerned about is how the overflows that exist now can be systematically reduced over a reasonable time frame.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why it is crucial information.
That might be your view, but I don't think it's necessarily ours. So, okay, thank you. Yes, do you want to come forward, Mr. Webb? So you're giving a submission tomorrow. You've given us a copy of it. So your question for Mr. Van Neville is, can you turn your microphone on, please? The microphone, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, two lines. One, Neville, I've referred to this in my submission for tomorrow, but we might be able to deal with it now. And that is, if there was a magic wand could be waved now and your stormwater infiltrations into the wastewater system could be removed and you had an episodic rainfall event, would your stormwater system cope?
The stormwater system is designed to take a 10-year, the pipe network takes a 10-year rain event. Beyond that, it's a combination of primary flow, pipe network, and across country, so secondary flow.
I'm just trying to avoid the situation where we leap from the pot into the fire.
The part of the reason why the council adopted the 10-year primary network, obviously cost comes into it, but in reality, it's a relationship to the stormwater that's under the Building Act. So the Building Act requires a 10-year flood protection. And so we provide 10 years as the minimum, but we can achieve management. So two things. One is the gully trap we don't want to overflow, and we don't want house floors to be inundated. So the management of the primary and secondary network is around making sure that we don't flood properties into their houses. So the primary network and secondary is always seen as an integrated management tool, and you need to manage both primary and secondary.
So hand on heart, which I know you don't like doing, but hopefully you're not going to go from one problem to another.
That's why we've got our stormwater modelling being undertaken, so that we identify the capacity. So we're still at the stage of completing these stormwater models, but we've had initial overview of it. And when we do a stormwater upgrade based on complaints and LiDAR data, we've looked at different catchments and we've done design specifically for catchments. But we're now going back under the new stormwater model to revisit the historic work, because when the original catchments were done, it was more of a engineer's mathematics. Now we've got computers and modeling and make a better assessment of that. So we are revisiting the original work done 20 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The second one.
I think that's enough on stormwater. It's not the subject of this.
I did mention there was two
Sure.
lines I wanted to question.
Yep.
And I'm now on to the second one, if that.
Certainly, yep.
Sorry, Chair, but cross-examination of the witnesses is not allowed during council hearings. So it
I
has to
know
be
cross-examination isn't
clarification
allowed, but
of
I'm
issues.
allowing the question, so
Yes, sir, but depending on what this question is, the submitter will obviously have their own chance to.
I'm
submit
allowing
to
the
you
questions,
tomorrow.
all right? Thank you.
I could give a question, and that, Mr. West, relates to the Seymour Road to Rennie Street. And you've referred to the upgrading, if you like, so that it becomes a tertiary overflow. But you are looking at utilising a discharge, am I correct, at the end of Owen Road?
It's been one that's been historically in place.
Right. There's some work to be done on that, which is budgeted for in the current year. And I take it that in terms of the application, that's coming under the umbrella of general wet weather overflows, rather than a specific matter referred to, a specific point referred to in the application.
I think, Gordon, this is a matter of detail that we don't need to know, and I don't think you need to know it either. You can ask Mr. West later. Okay, we don't need to know that.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Clarification of the Owen Road proposed discharge. When you say it's historically there, is there water coming out and going into the river now, or is, okay, because I've never seen it.
No, all our overflows right through the whole city are no longer automatic. So they're either blocked off permanently or they're valved. So it requires us to manually open the valve.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Neville. Thank you very much for your fulsome answers. We appreciate it. I think before we hear from Mr. Carnes, we might have a 2-minute break just to stretch our legs, because it's quite a long session.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, let's get back to business, please.
include network renewals and upgrades, including stormwater network extensions, which otherwise have been referred to as public pipes on private property by Mr. West. A key intervention in our capital works is the stormwater network extensions. And just for more information on that, this is where we extend our stormwater network, that's the public stormwater network, into private areas that are prone to ponding, so into backyards of properties and so on. And we do this where it's difficult for homeowners to remedy the issue and where there's public benefit. Then if we look at some of the operational items, which are on the bottom right, this includes regular jet cleaning of high-risk wastewater pipelines and the education awareness program, plus a number of other operational activities. If you look at that diagram, everything to the left from the middle of that page is focused on private property issues. When we look at private property issues, we get information on private properties from the online forms, the property questionnaires, the requests for service, the rapid inflow assessments, and the detailed property inspections, which are all on the left of that slide. So we get information on private property in that way. And we then use that information to identify what improvements are required on private properties. When we talk about property inspections, these include detailed inspections and they include rapid inflow assessments. The rapid inflow assessments focus on direct inflow. So we're trying to capture those really big contributions of rainwater into our wastewater system. Through the rapid inflow assessments, our staff only inspect GTs, so gully traps, and look for obvious sources of inflow, like broken gully traps that are too low, or stormwater downpipes directed into gully traps. We've taken this approach and having a detailed inspection process and a rapid inspection process so that we can actually address the rapid inflow quicker than by doing detailed inspection. The detailed inspections take much longer, and by doing a rapid inflow assessment, we get across the city much quicker. We try and get bang for buck in terms of our inspections. As part of those inspections, and if we get information on private property infrastructure, like gully traps, where there are minor issues with that private property infrastructure, we fix it for them. Where major works are required, those remain the responsibility of the homeowner. For example, having to dig up concrete driveways and so on. We don't do that, we don't rate for that, but what we do is fix minor issues like leaking gully traps. The more major issues we address through a compliance and enforcement process. And I refer to the infrastructure improvements on private property strategy, which will be an appendix in the evidence. I'll refer to as IOPS going forward, but that's really a bespoke compliance and enforcement process that we've developed for Taura'awhiti. And I'll elaborate more on that later on. Just to make the point, if you look at the boxes below the gray boxes, you'll see we do have the sewer laterals also there, the private sewer laterals. So our program definitely does include those. And we have a program to enable homeowners to fix those over time. So it's about inflow and infiltration. And lastly, another item on that page is the property managers and the drain layers and plumbers. We have forums that we've set up for industry and people involved in property. And by engaging those people, we're hoping to enable change through industry also. The Drain Loss program is based on prioritizing actions and activities
that'll have the greatest benefit in reducing the wastewater overflows. Our current focus and work plan is therefore on high impact causes of rainwater ingress into the wastewater network, which we call fast response inflow, and that is then followed by medium and low impact causes. And we've got a relevant slide now up on the screens. And this is also included in my evidence in chief. So while at the moment we are focusing on those aspects where we're going to have the highest impact, we also have medium impact and low impact, and we're doing all three, but just at different rates. So the highest impact we've identified primarily as those private property issues and being inflow, whereas the medium impact, we're now going underground and looking at those private wastewater laterals that have all those joints and are mostly earthenware. And the lowest impact is the council network, because that has been subject to a process of upgrade and renewal over time. And we have information on that. Council has also applied a spatial lens in prioritizing its drain-wise actions. And that is why we focused on Kaiti first. We recognize some areas contribute more to I&I than other areas. After Kaiti, we will move on to Whatuupoko, and then the city and Elgin, and after that, the rest of the city. So if you look at that diagram there, the red is on the right is Kaiti. The red to the top, just above that is Whatuupoko, and those have been shown through the modeling, which included flow monitoring. They have been shown to be the biggest contributors to inflow infiltration. The yellow areas will be the next cabs off the rank, and then the green and the blue. The modeled information has been corroborated by our experiences during heavy rainfall, when we observe what happens through pump station flow meters, requests for service, and observed ponding. So when our staff are out doing work, that has validated that those are indeed the areas that have the greatest problems. Council has already undertaken a lot of work to progress the drain-wise program, and this includes detailed property inspections, the rapid inflow assessments, fixes to gully traps, and those public stormwater network extensions, which I'll show you a bit more about in a moment. And we've done all this work in a prioritized fashion, starting with the catchment of Kaiti. What I'm going to do now is go through some additional slides. On the screen now, you have a slide which summarizes the work that we've done in Kaiti over the last 5 years. On that slide, there are 3 different categories of colors and symbology. The stippled areas, that's the rapid inflow areas. Those are all the areas that we have over the last year and a half undertaking the rapid inflow assessment. So you'll see that we have covered probably about 70% of Kaiti in doing the rapid inflow assessment. The next category is a blue line around a green square. So any properties that have that blue line around the green block, they have been subject to private, those stormwater network extension inspections, and therefore subject to detailed property inspections. And then we have other green areas that are not surrounded by blue lines and do not have stipples, and those are other areas where we've also done property inspections, detailed property inspections in the past, but they weren't specifically for the purpose of looking at public stormwater network extensions. In terms of the rapid inflow assessment and property inspections, we will have completed all of Kaiti by the end of the 2022 financial year. So that's July 2022. Once we've done that, we'll move on to Whataupoko and the rest of the city. Looking forward, all properties in the city will have undergone the rapid inflow assessment by 2028, as per our works program. And all additional stormwater network extensions will also be completed by 2028. So we are hoping to address all that on-property ponding by 2028. Next slide, please. This slide here shows the stormwater network extension work that we have done in Kaiti or are doing. All of the blue areas are areas that we have inspected already, where we have not, after doing the inspections, we realized we did not need to have stormwater network extensions. But through those inspections, we obviously get information about the private property infrastructure also. The green areas is where we have undertaken physical works. So we've actually done extensions in Kaiti. And then the yellow blocks are where we are currently constructing stormwater network extensions. There are a few more areas to inspect in Kaiti, but again, we are looking to have all required stormwater network extensions in Kaiti completed by the end of this coming financial year. Just to, we've mentioned the stormwater network extensions a few times, those public pipes and private property. I think I can give you a little bit more information about that. This is a key element for preventing inflow and infiltration into the wastewater network. So what we do is we extend our stormwater network into areas on private property that are prone to flooding, and we enable those homeowners to connect into those new networks. Makes it much easier for them to connect. But what we also do is we include a surface graded sump in that network, or sumps, a number of sumps, that allows the surface water to run into our network. And what that does, first of all, it stops the water from sitting and infiltrating and becoming infiltration issues. It also means that if the private homeowner doesn't do their job properly and the roof spouting doesn't work, it'll hit the ground, but it'll still get away. So it's addressing inflow and infiltration, and we do that work where we have the modeled and the experiential knowledge of where we have the greatest ponding. So it's a stormwater solution for a wastewater problem. So that's in Kaiti, and this here is Whataupoko. So we haven't yet started in earnest in Whataupoko, but we've done the planning. So we know where we're going in Whataupoko. The red areas have been identified as properties that are very likely to have ponding issues. The yellow areas are areas where it's less likely, but we still need to inspect and make sure. So we do cover a fairly large extent of Whataupoko in that work. The blue area is an area we have already inspected, although it wasn't programmed in. We had some requests for service and we thought there might be a problem, so we took advantage of that process and we inspected it. As it turns out, it wasn't a public stormwater issue and we haven't done any work there. But so that's next cab off the rank. And from this, we'll then follow on to the city in Elgin and then the rest of when I say city, I mean the central city, and after that, the rest of the town. You go to the next slide, please. This here is a map of all of the direct inflow that we have fixed in the last 2 years, approximately. All the green dots are where we have found sources of direct inflow. 99% of those are downpipes into gully traps. And there've been a couple of underground connections that we have found. And we found this through smoke testing and property inspections. Neville mentioned that we found 50 in the last 2 years. That figure is actually 68. And so, yeah, we are finding a lot of downpipes into gully traps. As Neville mentioned, those then get removed and we put them on the register and we ensure that there's a permanent solution for stormwater so that those homeowners can't just redirect their water into the gully trap. If we can go to the next one. This is a map of all areas smoke tested in the last 5 years. So this is when we go out to site and we pump smoke into the wastewater system. And if the smoke comes out of the stormwater pipes or down pipes or wherever, then we know that there's a cross connection. So that's one of the tools that the DrainWise team has been using to try to find these cross connections. So that's, we've done most of Kaiti, it's just a few areas that we could, and it'll probably be revisits because we probably did those before 5 years, the other areas that aren't shown in green there. In terms of smoke testing, and if you refer to Appendix 1, I'll get to that in a few minutes, you'll see that we aim to have all the smoke testing across the entire city done by 2028. Sorry, in the key areas in Kaiti, Whatuupoko and City Elgin by 2028, and then the rest of the city by 2032. And so we're rolling out in a prioritized fashion. Next one, please. Considering work on private wastewater laterals on private property. We are also addressing that on a prioritized basis. And what we do is we use the age of the houses as a proxy to indicate whether or not those are likely to have issues in the private wastewater laterals. The older the house, the more likely it is going to be that those private wastewater laterals are leaking. As you know, no private people really do anything about the underground assets until they block up. I mean, most people don't even know they exist. So we've got on the assumption that the older the property, the more likely it is that they are leaking. Go to the next map, please. We've also developed a ponding likelihood layer, which is based on a number of stormwater models, topographical models, and so on. And we use this map in conjunction with the age map to determine where we're going to focus our efforts in looking at those private wastewater laterals. So if you look to the right in Kaiti, you'll see that there are a lot of blue areas. Those areas have not only formed part of our focus in terms of the stormwater network connections, but they'll also be our focus in terms of the private underground wastewater laterals. And lastly, we also are doing it based on areas. So we'll start with Kaiti, then Whatuupoko, then City Elgin, and then the rest of the town. If you can carry on, please. So this is Appendix 1 I referred to, and this is a program of work. It outlines what we do, what we are going to do over which years for all areas of the city. It's based on prioritizing areas. It's based on prioritizing inflow over infiltration, because our model very clearly shows that it's fast response inflow that is causing the issues. And it really sets the forward works program for the DrainWise team. It does, in terms of the private wastewater laterals, it does spread them out over multiple years. And we've done that because it's a lengthy process to enable that work to happen, because first you need to have the evidence to demonstrate to homeowners that their pipes are in fact in poor condition. And then we need to give people enough time to budget to do those repairs. So that's why that aspect is phased out over time. So I think you can get rid of that slide. The target of the application is for wet weather overflow occurrence of no more than a 50% probability in any given year. And that within the first 10 years of the resource consent. The objective is to achieve 85% reduction of fast response inflow. And that will be done in combination with public network upgrades, as well as all the other strands I've mentioned, like the underground private sewer laterals that we are also going to be addressing over that time. We have modeled the public network upgrades that will be required if we are to achieve the 85% reduction and we want to achieve the level of service that we're going for. Most of those upgrades have already happened, and there are other ones that are about to commence. Additional modeling scenarios were undertaken, and those were a few witnesses have spoken about that already, but that was done so that if we are not successful in achieving 85%, we can still achieve the level of service that we are going for. These scenarios identified additional public network upgrades, and that's what this slide is here. That would also be required if we only achieve 75% reduction. If you go to the next slide. Megan, one more slide. Oh, is that the second slide? Oh, okay, that's the second slide already. So I guess the take-home message there, I'm looking at those maps in detail, is that we have already identified those areas of the network that would likely need to be upgraded if we don't achieve the 85% reduction. And we have a process in place to then undertake that work. Obviously, that will cost more money. This provides a pathway for council to achieve the target level of service if we don't achieve the 85% reduction. With these upgrades to then be included in future LTPs, these additional likely upgrade requirements have already been identified, as I've shown. Finally, just to reiterate, almost half of the network is situated on private property. Private property owners are responsible for their private stormwater and wastewater infrastructure. And so ensuring that privately owned network issues are addressed is critical for council if we want to achieve what we want to achieve. And this is being carried out as outlined in the infrastructure improvements on private property strategy, that's IOPS, which is a compliance and enforcement strategy, and which I described in my evidence in chief. However, the current focus in terms of IOPS is on compliance issues that link to direct inflow. So we have started using IOPS, but only on direct inflow. For example, where we find a cross connection, we have started using that strategy. However, we'll also be rolling out this compliance and enforcement to address the infiltration part on private property, that's the underground items, but that will be at a slower rate. For DrainWise to be successful, this requires private property owner engagement and commitment to addressing their infrastructure repairs and replacements. IOPS provides for strategic and systematic inspection of all private property connections and identification and resolution of issues based on priority areas and priority issues as we've discussed. The IOPS provides a pathway for GDC to work together with landowners and residents to program works in a way that is affordable for this community. We've based it on a kind approach. So the first step is to engage and educate, and to enable, and the last step is to enforce. And the good news to date with all our direct connections, I won't go back to that slide, but they've all been resolved, and there are only 2 that haven't been resolved, and we haven't had to go on formal enforcement action yet.
Okay, I think we'll take a break at this point for
Okay.
lunch. So 5 to 1 is 1:45 all right for people? Come back? 1:45 it is. Thank you.
ask them because one, I was kind of wanting, I suppose, to hear the Maori group stand up with some real authority and say, yes, we are it. And yes, we are a partner to the council, not just somebody the council sort of liaises with. I mean, there's quite a difference in having a whole lot of little groups and forever being, I guess, liaison groups, as opposed to, you know, groups with a bit more substance to them in the wider context, and including in this particular issue here where, okay, all right.
If it's okay, Chair, I'll speak to that, just given my relationships and position in council. So here in Tairāwhiti, we have a number of mana whenua who are post-treaty settlement and some who are not.
Yep.
As part of the Ngāi Manihiri settlement, there is the establishment of what is called the local leadership body. And that is the group that you're referring to that is yet to come into existence. So very short précis here of the local leadership body. It's provision of the Settlement Act. And as part of that, the Tūranganui iwi have a local leadership body which will sit with council and they will appoint members to that. The provision for it is that mahaki need to settle for in order for that to come into effect. And there are other things as well. It's not just that, but that is the largest kind of thing that needs to go through. The local leadership body will then partner with council on a range of different kaupapa from social housing, environmental, a whole range of issues that would be done through the local leadership body.
Okay.
As some of our iwi have settled, we've started to build the relationships and the capacity on both sides, and we're still in our infancy as council and with our iwi partners and our treaty partners as to what that looks like, what resourcing, which projects and those things that we're working through. And for each of the iwi groups, as you can imagine, those do differ. So the Wastewater Management Committee has a collective there, but even then, each of the iwi groups speaks for themselves individually, and it's a representative group that we work through around the issues and report to as well. But a lot of it for Tūranga iwi in particular is the local leadership body, and that's the vehicle to deliver some of the aspirations. However, with some Rūnanga groups, we have started to move forward on different projects. And I suppose for some of us in the detail of it and the day-to-day operation, it works well. We have different kaupapa for different communities, and we know that we work through that. I imagine the acronyms and the different groups would seem overwhelming, if not daunting, but it is across the whole of Tairāwhiti that we do speak for some of these, with some of these groups.
No. So does the council have found that a satisfactory way to deal with the various groups? I take what you're referring to in terms of treaty settlements or any statutory acknowledgements any of them might have, but in a broader sense, and I'm kind of looking at this from the outside in, and kind of, you know, the questions always pop up in my mind as to what's a better way of, you know, is there a better way of doing this, and is there a more sort of economical way, I suppose, even to deal with some of this stuff?
For each of the mana whenua that we are dealing with, it depends which arrangements we have in place, and a lot of that is on where they are at on their journeys. So we have MOUs, we have heads of agreements, we have regular catch-ups between our chairs. Our chief executives meet regularly to discuss issues and manage issues as they arise. So there is very much a focus on what are the issues that we need to work together on to see how we can resolve those. And I can fully appreciate what you're saying would seem quite disjointed from us. We whakapapa to all of the iwi here as staff. We have a huge number of Māori staff. We know who to call, we know how to work through. Don't get me wrong, there are still mistakes made on both sides sometimes. However, for us here in Tairāwhiti, it's quite a web, I suppose, of how we all work together.
Yeah. But has the issue ever been raised with them? I mean, has anyone put the question to them in that way?
In regards,
yeah, regardless of the fact that you have your individual relationships with each iwi, and I'm also mindful of the fact that the whānau Akai and the other iwi weren't in the 10th right from the very go. They came in later on. Mind you, they're small anyway, so that may answer that. But I'm still just wondering whether that bigger collective thing has ever been discussed with them, because it'll be something I want to raise with them anyway.
On certain issues, absolutely. So Toitu Tairāwhiti will work with us on social housing and issues that are
Oh,
there. Te Ranganui or Te Ranganui a Kiwa work, and that is the three main iwi groups that are represented by Trotax. So there are issues, there are things that absolutely they band together on. Toitu Tairāwhiti includes Ngāti Porou and other groups too.
Yeah.
So absolutely, but to date, it's been on issues and where there are kaupapa that people want to be involved in.
Right.
But I think the question, as you say, is more for mana whenua as to how they want to engage and how we work through, and we're always receptive to changes on that.
Well, you know where I'm coming from at the
Oh,
moment, and that's, yeah. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify the target that you're trying to achieve, because you describe it as no more than 50% probability in any given year of a wet weather overflow. So when you say that, that's at a frequency of 1 in 2 years, is that right, as an average return interval?
Correct, as an average, yes.
Yeah, okay. Because in the consent conditions or in the targets, it's described as no overflow for a 50% AEB rainfall event. So that's something different. So I just wanted to clarify which one are you running with and what is it based on?
I think they are they're two different ways of expressing the same target. And one, if you look at a 50% probability of an overflow in a year, a rainfall event, 50% AEP rainfall event, same as the 1 in 2 year. Well, I'm misunderstanding your question.
Yeah, well, the way you've described it is the number of overflows that occur, which seems to make sense to me. To relate it to rainfall events doesn't seem to make sense to me, because the work that's been done didn't find a very good relationship between rainfall and overflows. So I just wanted to check that it is best judged in terms of the number of overflows. And you're heading for a target of no more than 1 overflow every 2 years as an average return interval.
I made it 32 Ian to help with that.
Sure. When, yes, okay, yeah. So I'm interested in just clarifying that, and also to understand where you got it from. So if you can address that later, that would be good. And so your target from your modelling is to get to that point with 85% removal of inflows. But if you don't reach that target, if you don't achieve that, then you'll look at network upgrades. So at what point and over what time frame what might you decide that it's not where drain-wise isn't getting as far as you want it to get, and you have to implement network upgrades? Is there a particular time frame or point at which you'll say, okay, we're not getting as much benefit as we thought?
Through Chair, we have, that's why we have a number of review points within the process. I think there's a 1 in 5 year, in the 5 year, and in the 10 year.
So potentially in 5 years, you might be in a position to make a call that you need to commit to network upgrades. Is that reasonable?
Possibly. The program is quite a complex program with many different things, where you'll only start seeing change quite a bit down the road. There's so many moving parts. 5 years may be a little bit too soon. Probably find closer towards the year 8, probably would be that position.
That's okay. So maybe on an 8-year time frame.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. And the last thing I just wanted to check with you is whether you can give an update on, I think David mentioned it, the situation with mortuary waste. David mentioned there was a new bylaw.
Yes.
And so are you in a position where that is able to be removed from the wastewater?
Yes, and so the Kiwa Group worked on that, and through that process and through our bylaws team, we now have the bylaw approved, and we're now going to a delivery phase of that work. So we'll be able to, with the right infrastructure, be able to now remove that mortuary waste from the conventional system.
Okay, so that's pretty certain.
Yes.
And over what?
100%.
And when will it not be present in the wastewater, or has that already been achieved?
It is still present in the wastewater. But when it will be removed will depend on how quickly we build and so on. Mr. Wilson might know more about that.
Through you, Chair, we have funding in this financial year for the construction of the Mount Heavy Cemetery, working with the local funeral providers for putting the required infrastructure on their facilities. That will start that. So we're working with the finance this financial year.
Okay.
Construction, maybe we'll see those kind of things. The budget.
Yeah, okay. It's the same thing, and I don't know whether it would be specified in consent conditions, but it seems to me if these things can be specified with some certainty, that would go a long way to addressing some of the concerns that are being raised.
For clarity, the Kiwa Group was the group that looked at the mātauranga of the process and design elements, also Western science design elements, and that process took it up to the bylaw stage, and then from that point on, it became a bylaw process to get it approved, and now the delivery sits with other parts of council, but the Kiwa Group will be brought back in also.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, thank you. Does anybody on the floor have any questions for Wolfgang? You'll need to shout them.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, Murray.
Just a question, a good clarification, please, Will, followed by a brief supplementary question. I've heard spoken today that the focus has been on council's infrastructure to this point. We know that a lot of the focus has been on reducing the inflow. The last 2 years that I've sort of been around Wastewater, seems to me that a major focus has been on reducing the inflow. So I'm just wondering how that sits with what our focus on the council infrastructure. And supplementary to that, we've seen recently, I think this is great, is that we've seen lining of the pipes, as we discussed the other day. So there seems to be some level of current, which I think makes great sense, but I just wanted to clarify that for my own understanding.
Thank you, Murray. So we're now talking about the focus was on the public networks. That was essentially my engagement on this process. When I started, we looked at the modeling data a bit closer. We used that data and used the drainwise plan, which identified inflow, and we then changed tack and focused more on the inflow. However, having said that, we have our renewals program that keeps going, and we are also trying to, well, we continue to address those aging pipes in our network.
If it's a question of clarification.
Wolfgang, the clarification of the significance of illegal connections. 68. And on clarification of the significance, so is it possible to do a sum? 68 times 50 more rain a day, average half size of a roof, put that into litres per second. Clarify that and its significance.
So some of that work was done previously with Nicola Marvin. She did calculations where she looked at roofs and the number of roofs you need to connect into the wastewater system to inundate the wastewater system with stormwater. I don't have those figures on me. Mr. West might know those figures. There was a hydraulic calculation undertaken, which is what you're referring to. So, the number of
We did a calculation for catchment 20 inches. Typical catchment. And we had 4 downspouts within the catchment for the intake of wastewater.
So there were calculations done based on assumptions like you refer to?
Clarification isn't satisfactory.
Well, I don't think they have the answers on the top of their heads, if you like. So thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Todd.
Thank you through the chair. Just in terms of the performance targets which are attached to the conditions proffered by the applicant, there are targets in terms of 50% of all properties inspected by year 5 and 100% inspected by year 10. And it would appear logical to me that in supporting that target, you would also then have a target in terms of how many of those properties would be resolved or fixed in terms of the direct inflow issues on those particular properties. And there's no targets within the conditions which have been put forward by the applicant. I understand from what's been said this morning that the resolution may involve a whole wide range of fixes. Some of them might be very minor in terms of raising a gully track, others are quite labour intensive work, but I'm still curious to know whether or not it is possible to identify a target, because obviously the success of the DrainWise program is set around this target of an 85% reduction. So there must be some modelling in terms of how many of those properties are going to be resolved in terms of fixing the inflow issues on those private properties.
Through a chair, so one of the, as you know, our focus is on rapid inflow, and the rapid inflow assessment component will all be completed before those dates. And as we are going through that rapid inflow assessment, we are repairing all those easy to fix issues. And we anticipate that should enable a large component of that fast response inflow to be resolved by that date. We have, that's also specifically why we created the rapid inflow assessment, because we can move at a greater pace. And then we can find the big issues. Where the issues are minor, are not minor, so major, where someone may need to put a new pipe out to the road underneath a driveway and a fence in the wall, or whatever it is, those are subject to the infrastructure, the compliance enforcement process. And it's quite difficult of those to determine when those will be solved. Because you have to go through a process, but again, there you'd anticipate that most of those will be solved in that time frame, because it is quite a long time frame to be able to engage with homeowners. So in terms of a specific target, we haven't set one yet for the rapid inflow assessment and remedying those direct inflows. Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is to that right now.
So I guess the question really comes down to, do you think it would be possible to identify a target, a meaningful target in terms of even the rapid inflow remedies?
Yes, I think it would be.
Thank you. I think Mr. Aiken has a question as well, Mr. Commissioner.
just like to clarify the 85% kind of reduction target. My understanding from the Becker modeling that it's a 85% reduction in direct inflow will result in achieving your containment standard or spill frequency. But during the course of this morning, that 85% reduction is kind of being referred to as a combination of inflow and infiltration reductions. And I just want to clarify, what are we exactly talking about here?
I think Mr. Garside's evidence will address that. He's more qualified than me to explain exactly what rapid response, fast response inflow is. If the chair is happy with that, I'd prefer Mr. Garside to answer that.
I guess just in relation to those questions, I do have an issue with condition 17 of your draft conditions here, in that it only refers to the drainwise problem. Sorry, the drainwise program problem. And what happens if it doesn't work, I guess, is that there needs to be something that if after a certain number of years, I don't know, 6 or 8 years, it's clearly evident that this is not going to meet the 1 and 2 year performance standard, assuming that's there. What are the next steps?
Yep.
In other words, there needs to be some extra condition in there.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay.
The intention is to meet that performance standard. The drainwise is the mechanism, but if that doesn't work, then it goes to plan B.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing you saying is that needs to be more explicit in the conditions, that it's not dependent on the success of drainwise. The performance standard needs to stand alone and be the primary.
Yeah, and certainly the evidence of Mr. Garside in particular seems to say 65% won't be an issue, 75%, no, maybe, and 85% is, I think he uses the word ambitious, and I might put very in front of that when I look at his data. So we do need something that's an alternative to meeting those performance standards. No. Thank you very much, Rob. Rachel.
Afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon. Can we call you Ian, Mr. Garside?
You can.
You can call me Brent if you like.
Thank you.
Welcome.
That's very kind of you. My full name is Ian Graham Garside. I'm a director of Project Max, a specialised engineering consultancy. I have the qualifications set out in my evidence in chief. I've been involved in wastewater network planning in Gisborne for over 20 years. I've been involved in the development of 2 master plans, one in 2008 and one in 2014. I do understand GDC's desire to move under the drainwise program to a flow reduction strategy for the management of wet weather overflows. Inflow and infiltration in Gisborne's network is significant, and it's dominated by the fast response component. And an example of the flow records which demonstrate that the substantial increase in wastewater network flows are a result of direct stormwater inflows, as set out in my evidence in chief. The Gisborne network, as we've heard today, was designed in accordance with industry standards and conforms with the standards, specifically the ability to accommodate 6 times dry weather flow. A description of the network model, the updates and the assumptions in the model are set out in the application, and I described the scenarios modeled in my evidence in chief. The modeling work, which was carried out in 2017, confirms that an 85% reduction in fast response flows and stormwater ponding will virtually eliminate overflows during a 50% AB or 2-year ARI rainfall event. I believe that an 85% reduction in fast response component of RDII is an ambitious target. and to achieve it would require the identification and rectification of a high proportion of direct inflows and leaks into the wastewater networks, a large number of which are likely to be on private property. I believe it is proven to have a contingency network upgrades available in the event that the reduction is not achieved, and that is provided for in the application. I support the approach to reduce direct inflows as far as possible, as it directs effort at resolving the problem at source, making storage and containment of flows more manageable in the event that the flow reduction strategy does not work. It's therefore an important first step with the ability to modify the type of intervention if necessary to deliver the desired level of overflow containment. An important aspect from my perspective is resolving inflows requires a long-term approach. As outlined in my evidence, wastewater network improvements take significant amounts of time to implement and to determine the extent to which the interventions are effective. And therefore, if they become ineffective, the approach can be tweaked, adjusted, if you like. It's essential that this approach adapts over time, depending on the results observed. It's therefore important that the results obtained in terms of the percentage reduction compared with the 85%, and more particularly the frequency of overflow occurrence are appropriately measured, recorded, and acted upon. I consider the application, the proposed consent conditions provide for this process to be undertaken. Finally, I note that the Section 42A report has recommended a 10-year term for dry weather overflows, with an eradication strategy to be adopted into the consent conditions. Requiring eradication of dry weather overflows has limited, if no precedence that I'm aware of in New Zealand, as dry weather overflows, as we've heard this morning, are often caused by factors outside the control of the consent holder. These factors include blockage and subsequent overflows caused by residents flushing inappropriate items to the wastewater system, or by power or mechanical failure, for instance. Whilst these risks can be mitigated in part by education, backup systems and spares, they cannot be completely eliminated. Accordingly, I do not consider that there is any justification from a wastewater management perspective for either a shortened consent term just for dry weather overflows or adoption of a eradication strategy for these types of overflows.
So it'll be my turn to ask questions first of you.
Thank you, sir.
Your last paragraph, you say limited or no precedence. If no, sorry, the words is limited if no precedence. Does it have any precedence?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge, okay.
I will sharpen my grammar up next time.
Earlier, I think I characterised your evidence in terms of the private property works. It's 65% reduction in quick flow and probably 65% reduction in water and overflow volumes, if you like, has been reasonably achievable. 75% has been, and 85% has been ambitious. Is that a fair way of putting it?
Not entirely, because I don't make the distinction between private and property, but certainly those levels of achievement in the way that you've described are completely appropriate. Yes, 85% reduction is ambitious, and a more realistic, a more achievable target would be a lower target.
So if I look at the graph in your evidence on your paragraph 32, 31, where you've got that.
Yep, my favorite.
I see. I see sort of 80 or 90% catchment rehabilitators as being around 70, 80, 70%. reduction. I see very little in the way of even with 100% rehabilitation, which I think is probably pretty optimistic. I only see a couple of points up around that 82 or 83%, whatever it is. Is that a fair portrayal of what I just said in terms of the chances?
Yeah, I think it probably is. And by way of clarification, that figure comes from the New Zealand Inflow and Infiltration Control Manual and refers to case studies across the world. The Inflow and Infiltration Control Manual was published in 2015, but it represents the current picture in terms of technology.
So if you were advising any council, your first step would be to say, try and reduce the inflow, try and reduce the direct connections, the gully traps that don't work, et cetera, because they are the most important, they are the most critical component to deal with.
Absolutely, that's where I would start.
Yep. And similarly for the connections on private property, the subsurface infrastructure, the old pipes, those sort of things.
Probably a secondary consideration. That would go next in the list, particularly in respect with earthenware pipe, which have got a history of breaking, joint cracks and leakiness generally. One thing I would point out on that graph though, and I think it's relevant, is the amount of scatter that you see on that.
Yeah.
So the relevance of that scatter is that you don't really know what you're going to get until you actually spent the money. So I think that's worth pointing out to the commissioners.
So would Gisborne be an example, given a lot of the properties quite old, particularly in those, Kaishi, for instance, it's 50, 60, 70 years old, a lot of it. Is there a greater chance of success because of that? And
Yes, there probably is, because it's so great relative to a borderline condition. And as I stated previously, and in my evidence, that inflow and infiltration is significant in Gisborne relative to other areas.
In terms of climate change, I was struggling to understand your paragraph 22. This is of your evidence in chief. So you say incorporating adjustments to climate change out to 2051. And then in your paragraph 56, you talked about the modelling work described allowed for consideration of climate change effects on rainfall using guidelines appropriate at the time. More recent work has indicated that rainfall intensity is likely to increase. What's your, so can you just explain that?
Yeah, I will. The work that was done at the time was on at that time MFE guidelines, which was, I think, published first in 2008. Now, subsequent to 2015, additional climate predictions have come out, which predicate more intense rainfall as being relevant across New Zealand, and in particular this part of New Zealand. Does that clarify that?
Are those MFE guidelines that go out to 2090?
Yes,
sort of
they
they're
are.
done on a regional basis.
Yes,
around the country?
the more recent ones are, yes.
Yeah, okay. So they're the 2018 or something like that?
Yeah, I think they were around about that time.
Thank you.
And it predated the work that was done in, as I say, 2015, 2017.
Your figures 1 and 2. Figure 1 is a schematic, is that correct?
Oh, yes, that's a schema.
And figure 2 is an actual example, is that correct?
Yes, figure 2 is an actual example from Gisborne. The
Can you
former, sorry,
could you just, I was struggling to understand what you got there exactly and what the red line and the green lines actually meant in that, and the log scale down the other side, because you've got rain, velocity and depth, and I was struggling to understand that.
Yeah, we'll just put that, we've got that on PowerPoint, we'll just put it up there while
Sure.
Mr. Garson's going through it.
So in explaining that, there's 4 traces, as you point out, there, and come from the flow data that was recorded in 2014. The green line is the quantity or discharge, and that quantity is made up of 2 things. It's made up from the depth trace, which is the black line, and the velocity line, which is the red line. The rainfall underneath is the blue line. So insertion flow meters work, these sort of insertion flow meters work on measuring the peak velocity and the depth, and then calculate the flow. So that's why there's 3 traces on there and not 1.
So you can, it's simply the 2 components. of
Correct,
flow, depth and velocity. Okay. Final question in your paragraph 21, last sentence. While there are regional differences, the design standard for sizing of wastewater reticulation is normally between 4 and 6 average dry weather flow. What would be very best practice and what would be worst practice in the country that you're aware of?
Well, I guess I'm not sure whether it's best or worst. It's appropriate for local conditions, and local conditions mean the nature of the network that it serves. For instance, Watercare, which has got a very big network, they use a lower multiple of dry weather flow for the interceptors, for instance. But in the think of it as a tree, right? In the big branches, they've got a lower multiple, and in the tops of the trees, they've got a high multiple.
Okay. So Watercare are aiming for 2040, I think, to sort out their problems rather than regularly closing beaches and all that sort of thing.
Well, I think they've got a big project underway right now, which
Yes, I
is
think so.
aimed at achieving the sort of requirements that they're looking for.
So in your view, is 6 times average dry weather flow an appropriate standard for a network like Gisborne's?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Few questions. Actually, just follow on from some of Brent's questions.
Yeah.
So there's a statement being made in terms of addressing us that we can have confidence that the DrainWise program is robust and comprehensive and can deliver on its multiple aims, including the substantial reduction of stormwater inflow. So would you agree with that statement? That we can have confidence that DrainWise will get it?
If it's complete, if all of it's completed and all of the fixes are produced.
So is that based on your modelling?
No.
Or no? Does your modelling differentiate between the direct connections of stormwater, or the difference between inflow and infiltration?
Yes, it does, but in terms of its inherent hydrology, that's how it distinguishes it.
Okay, so it is showing that if you can reduce the inflow through the measures that DrainWise is implementing, it will achieve the target reduction in overflows.
Yep.
Okay. And also in your evidence, you make reference to the 2-year ARI rainfall event.
Yep.
Yep. So is it a concern that the review that was done of rainfall events and overflows showed that they didn't actually correlate very well? So
it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Okay,
that would be the case.
So it just seems to me there's a little bit of an inconsistency there in terms of what the model is telling you, which is related to rainfall events, and the reality which doesn't seem to be quite so well related to
Well,
rainfall
the
events.
model test was done on using a 2-year ARI, which I think is
For
quite-
rainfalls.
For rainfall.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, which isn't exactly how the system works in terms of the
In terms of the
practicalities of it.
overflow frequency, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So there's a bit of uncertainty
Yes, there
in
is.
it all, yeah, yeah. So I guess that comes back to this question where we're being told we can have confidence in the DrainWise program. And when I think about all of that, I guess I'm not feeling quite so confident. So I'm interested in how confident you are in those sort of statements.
Well, I'm confident that if the DrainWise strategy was to find all the holes in the networks, all the errant gully traps,
Mhm.
that would be achieved. The result would be achieved. The question in my mind is to whether DrainWise would be capable of doing that, given the complexity of those leaks and the fact that those leaks tend to get worse with time. Inflow and infiltration is notorious for coming back again, and therefore it needs to be continually monitored in accordance with things like the inflow and infiltration manual to make sure that the authority in this case are keeping on top of inflow and infiltration and not making things worse. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, well, we certainly don't want to be going down a track that makes anything worse.
No, that's right.
Okay, and then I just wanted to come back and get your views on the target. So if it is being described as Mr. Cams as a one overflow every 2 years, I'm just wondering whether you have any view as to where that sits on a national standard. Is that a reasonable target, or is it at the very good end of performance, or the very not so good end of performance?
It's pretty much middle of the road.
Middle of the road.
Yeah, and you extend that beyond nationally, that that certainly is the case. So in places like Victoria, their standard is typically 5-year. We've got to be careful what I say. Is it 5-year ARI? Is it 5 times a year? I'm not quite sure.
Okay, okay. And if that was a target for all overflows, where would it's being described as a target for just wet weather overflows. But if it was the target for all overflows, dry weather and wet weather, talking about overflows that reach a waterway, where would that sit as a target? If you're able to have an...
I don't think I've not really mentally thought about that before, because as I say, on the dry weather eradication, there's no precedence for that. So the combination of the two together it's quite difficult to manifest in a meaningful way.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think what we're dealing with is dry weather overflows that reach the streams. So I think we probably all agree you can't eradicate dry weather overflows, but you can probably intercept the vast majority of them before they get to the stream. And I guess that's the thing that
or even identify those that might.
Yes, yep, sure. And also just thinking about the target, there's a reference, there's a policy in the plan that the only times untreated sewage should get to the stream is as a result of extreme weather-related overflows. And just interested in your comments about how the 2-year ARI compares with that reference to extreme weather-related overflows.
Well, if you're asking me the question is to our 2-year ARI extreme, probably not.
Yeah, that is the question I'm asking you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's fine.
What's an extreme event?
Depends where it depends where you are and what circumstances, I suppose. An extreme event would be, to my mind, would be in my mind, would suggest, river flooding of, 25-year return period or more, similar to the stuff that we've seen recently in the country.
Some of those return periods were 500 years, but nobody believes that. Well, I don't believe it anymore.
Well, not only that, the extreme events tend to happen back to back, and I think that's very difficult for the public to grasp that whole concept, with people not being familiar with statistical analysis.
Yeah, the media are always asking, is it a 100-year flood? And it's a silly question, really. Any other questions of Ian, please?
Three clarification points, please.
Provided their clarification. We'll see.
You spoke of preparing landfills.
Yeah.
As being plants low. So does it have to there be
Yes.
You spoke of storage facilities available as a secondary option. Is there any demand that we can build wastewater storage, so it goes in there, it slows it all down?
Well, I think there's almost like there's two questions there, because if drain wise isn't sufficient, one of the other options might be to storage, and then there will be a question of therefore finding where storage can be provided. There are precedents around the country that storage can be put in fairly modest footprints. That requires them to be dewatered. For instance, I was in Nelson 2 or 3 weeks ago, looking at the construction of their new Beach Road storage facility, which was quite neat. It was in the side of a lay-by. It was relatively small, but nonetheless, there was room made available for it in a lay-by next to a main road. So the specifics of where they would need to be in Gisborne would, if that happened, in other words, the storage would be required, that would be an investigation that would need to be carried out.
Monitored flow and rainfall. So for a 2-month period recently, with 3 mils of rain, highest amount of rain which fell in that period. That sort of monitoring robust enough with the data that was previously held to be able to provide a rigorous to be able to stipulate what sort of flow is.
Are you referring to the 2014 flow gauging, which was in my evidence? Okay.
I think
so sorry, can I clarify this?
Yeah, sure.
The 2014 flow gauging was measured at 14 sites with 3 rain gauges in the city. The model was calibrated with that data. And the process of model calibration is that you throw this rainfall at the model, it then produces a response, and then that's compared with the flow data. And then there's some adjustments made to the model, and that's called model calibration. So, and I think the flow the flow graph that was up there was from that period, which is pretty top-notch flow gauging equipment, because it measures the velocity, the peak velocity, measures the depth, and then calculates the flow. There's in-point calibration carried out for that. So I think, yes, it is pretty robust.
Okay. Yeah, you've asked your questions. Okay, thank you. Any questions from Simon?
Just a point of clarification, and I think as practitioners, we're all a bit guilty of referring to AEP or ARI.
Yeah.
At the more frequent end of the spectrum, they're not directly comparable. And so I think kind of looking 20 years out with issues of non-stationarity at rainfall records, what we're talking about now as an event will not be the event we're talking about in 20 years' time. And it would be good to see how that can be addressed as conditions or as a response later.
That's rather a comment rather than a clarification, is it?
Yeah,
It
well,
sort of is, yeah.
Sort of is, yeah.
But it's aligned to the Peter Callender's, the commissioner, same sort of thing in relation to that relationship between rainfall and the outcome, right? So that probably does need to be addressed. Does that answer the query?
Can I ask a clarification with that clarification? Seeing as, what do you mean just by, because it seems the conditions are going to come to Todd and I to talk about. I didn't quite follow how that might be, what you were meaning as to how that might be represented in the conditions. Just so that I can understand if we're going to go away and do that.
Can I have a think about that and come back to you?
Yeah.
Presumably what really matters at the end of the day is the frequency of overflows as opposed to the frequency of rainfall, which seems to have a variable response. So I would have thought that should be the focus, but subject to our discussions. But I guess the objective is to minimise the number of overflows in both dry weather and wet weather. So.
Right on cue.
Yeah, I think it's a matter we're sitting mulling over whether we talk about a 50% ARI or an overflow event once every not more than once every 2 years on average over a long period. And given the climate might be changing just in the last 5 minutes, if you're Donald Trump, because you can't tell the difference between climate and weather. But putting that aside, it's the overflow frequency that we're really concerned about rather than the return period event. But we might have a very wet 10 years, so it probably might need to be a bit of both. It's something we know.
Sorry, I think there was a question, Simon, that you asked one of the previous questioners on RDII, I think, was it? Do you mind just me responding to that question if you could reiterate?
Yeah, so I had an earlier question where I think it's throughout the morning we were talking about this 85% reduction in inflow and infiltration to achieve the performance target. And that was being talked about as I&I combined. But if you look at the modelling that was done by Becca, it's an 85% reduction in direct response only. That's my interpretation of the report.
Well, the reality is if 85% reduction in RDII, so both components of both the fast and slow response components were allowed for. And because in Gisborne, the fast response dominates the slow response, then it's as if the fast response was it, if you get my meaning.
Are we able to bring up that previous flow hydrograph?
Yep. As distinct from the groundwater, which is on the thing. I think when we get this up, you'll see. Not that one. I think the one before, the definition one you were talking about.
No, the other one.
This one.
No, the other one that was just up. When I look at that, am I to understand the pipe height is the diameter of the pipe in the top right corner, 302?
The black line is the 302, yeah. So that's surcharged.
Yeah, so that's surcharging, and it appears to be surcharging for several days after that Sunday the 10th, the 10th rather, Wednesday or so. What mechanism do you think is driving that there's quite a long tail to it?
I think that was one of the extreme events in 2004, which we referred to this morning, where ponding occurred. So it was the ponding returning to it.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. My full name is Bridget Lucy Bosworth. I'm employed by Gisborne District Council as a senior hydrologist. My qualifications and experience are outlined in my statement of evidence. I undertook a high-level analysis of rainfall and overflow events to establish if there was a correlation between rainfall intensity, duration, and when the wastewater network overflow valves were opened in Gisborne City. The work did not involve any hydrological modelling or modelling of the wastewater network. I examined 22 rainfall events, 15 when the valves were opened, and 7 high rainfall events when they were not opened. The overflow valves were opened on 9 occasions when the rainfall had an average recurrence interval, ARI, of more than 2 years. There were also 6 occasions when the overflow valves were opened for rainfall events when the ARI was less than 2 years. In my opinion, there is currently no clear indication of the critical rainfall event that leads to the overflow valves needing to be opened. Rain events are complex in terms of intensity, duration, and location. Both short duration, high intensity, and long duration, lower intensity events can lead to the requirement to open the valves. However, in contrast, there have also been instances where rainfall has exceeded the 2-year ARI, but the overflow valves have not been opened. In addition, in my opinion, direct cause of the valves being opened may depend on where and when the rain occurred within the catchment and the travel time of surface runoff to and within the pipe network. I also believe that the overflow valves being opened could be contributed to by other factors, for example, a blockage in the system. I support the proposed conditions of consent that require a similar hydrological analysis to be conducted on future overflow events and regularly reported on.
And that relates to the NIWA model, the high intensity rainfall.
Yes.
Version 4. To what extent does that build in predictions for climate change, please?
There is a climate change option. I didn't use that particular option. I just looked at the historical data. But it can take climate change into consideration.
So if the climate change component, if you like, had been built into the model, would that change your conclusions at all about the, how can I put it, weaken the relationship between rainfall events of different intensities and durations?
It could change the outcome, but I would have to go back and review the calculations.
How might it change the outcome?
I couldn't say without doing the analysis.
Okay. But it's unlikely to change your overall conclusion, which I think is summarised in paragraph 3 of your evidence, that the interrelationship between rainfall intensities of different types and at different sites and overflow events is certainly a long way off linear.
Yes, I would. I stand by that statement.
Okay,
they are complex.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify the last statement in your summary. So which condition are you referring to when you mentioned the one about a similar hydrological analysis? Or
Can I refer this?
So this is an issue I'll address in my evidence because it's also pertains to another question that you previously asked, but there is a table at the back about reporting requirements. And one of those is to report on the analysis that Bridget had done on a regular basis. You'll also see in the updated protocols that you were circulated earlier today that part of the reporting does include that analysis to be done at the time for each event. So while there isn't currently a clear relationship between rainfall, I think partly because of distribution and complexity and all of those things, it's something that council considers as worth continuing to see if that over time as more information comes in.
Yeah.
So it's partly in the table, and I'll address that in my evidence because I think I just need to clarify that anyway.
Okay.
And it's also provided in the updated response protocol reporting that you received for that.
Yep. Okay. I just wanted to be clear that the sort of analysis you're talking about is the type of analysis that Bridget did, as opposed to the numerical modelling analysis. So it's a repeat of.
Yes,
Yeah.
just that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, that sounds good to me, and yeah, I found your report really interesting. And but to me, it does point to the idea that it's probably not helpful to have a target based on rainfall events, more so one based on overflow. So it's useful from that point of view. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much, Bridget.
Okay, thank you.
You didn't have far to come. Thank you. What's the question?
While elevated shallow groundwater levels could potentially be a cause of water ingress in pipes, a high groundwater level does not necessarily mean the groundwater is entering the pipe, nor that it is a significant drop.
Bridget's not an engineer. She's not the right person to answer that, but it's common knowledge that infiltration into pipes is partly a function of high groundwater levels. So if the pipe's surrounded by water, there is a much greater chance of infiltration. Okay. Correct.
I said that could be a factor.
Okay. Thank you, Bridget. Sense of deja vu about some of the shape.
Good afternoon. My full name is Shane Kelly. I'm a managing director of Coast and Catchment Limited.
Sorry, could we wait till we get?
Oh, sorry. As I said, my full name is Shane Kelly and I'm Managing Director of Coast and Catchment. I have qualifications and experience as set out in my evidence in chief. Wastewater overflows have the potential to adversely affect receiving water, habitat quality and aquatic communities by increasing nutrient concentrations and productivity through the deposition of and decomposition of organic matter and through the effects of toxic contaminants. However, actual ecological effects caused by any particular overflow depends on the nature of the discharges, discharge loads and frequency, whether overflows are occurring during dry or wet weather, and the values and simulation capacity of the receiving environment. Separating the ecological effects of intermittent wastewater discharges from other stresses is difficult. Our ecological assessment therefore took a principles and data-driven approach to determining the ecological impact of discharges from Gisborne's wastewater network. My conclusions are based on integration of information about the nature of wastewater effects, the characteristics of Gisborne's waterways, existing water and sediment quality, hydrodynamics, and benthic ecology, which included sampling directly below major overflow points. Gisborne is built around the confluence of two river systems, the Waimata River, the Te Rahuru River, which combine to form the Turanganui River. A number of smaller urban streams, the largest of which is the Waikanae stream, feed into the system. A desktop review of the waterways indicated that they have a history of modification, with urban streams generally consisting of pipe, channelized, open stream reaches, and with narrow riparian margins and little vegetative cover. Available macroinvertebrate data indicates that the quality of Gisborne's freshwater urban streams and rivers tends to be poor. However, they continue to support pollution-tolerant macroinvertebrates and fish. Available information also suggests that estuarine sections of Gisborne's rivers also support a range of fish and a moderately diverse or invertebrate community. The analysis of wastewater samples and samples obtained from rivers and streams before, during, and after controlled discharge events indicated that wet weather discharges did not have a marked impact on estuarine water quality in Gisborne's rivers. We also sampled sediments directly below and away from key wastewater outfalls at 12 sites spread along the tidal reaches of the rivers, and did not detect any adverse sediment quality effects that could clearly be linked to wastewater discharges. Overall, the conclusion I drew from our data, water quality and sediment quality analyses, and hydrodynamic modelling carried out by MidOcean, plus the intermittent nature of the discharges, was that the potential for controlled wastewater discharges to degrade receiving water quality sufficiently to cause more than minor adverse ecological effects appears to be low. The results of our intertidal benthic macrofauna survey supported that conclusion. Benthic communities at sites directly below the two primary wastewater outfalls in the lower Te Rahuru and Turanganui zones were largely indistinguishable from the communities at other sites within those zones. Samples obtained directly below Peel Street and Wainui Road outfalls were particularly notable for the high numbers of small cockles that they contained. Overall, the effects of wastewater discharges on benthic ecology appeared to be of little practical significance in the receiving environment samples, in the receiving environment sampled. However, the potential for substantial, most likely short-term impacts from dry weather overflows cannot be discounted if discharges are make their way to streams and watercourses. The information provided in the application and other expert evidence indicates that such discharges to water are infrequent, but I note the impacts can still be significant, albeit short-term. If large volumes of wastewater enters a river over an extended period, or the overflow is to a small tributary. Such as events such as this were highlighted by Ms. Milne in her technical memo appended to the Section 42A Officer's Report, where she noted a 215 pump station failure that led to a dry weather discharge to Wainui stream and killed eels and other aquatic life. I therefore recommended having systems and processes in place for preventing, detecting and responding to such events. I understand from the evidence provided by Council that it has a public awareness campaign, monitoring and cleaning schedules and procedures, and contractor response plans that form part of its standard operating procedures. I agree with those measures, which are in line with my recommendation. Overall, having considered the application and the draft consent petitions provided by the applicant, I consider the systems and processes proposed are sufficient to either avoid or remedy potential adverse ecological effects.
So notwithstanding that killing of eels, should a performance standard on the condition of consents be no fish kills as a result of overflow discharges? Is that a fair performance standard as a biological standard? Like if I look at Peter Wilson stuff, the both ammonia toxicity and nitrate toxicity seem unlikely as a result of wastewater overflows and most of the contaminations from upstream sources. Do you think that's a fair performance target?
That would be, it would be a nice performance target to have. Whether it was achievable in the, in the unexpected event of a large discharge to a small stream that contained eels, I don't know if it's realistically able to prevent eels.
Well, the applicant needs to take steps to avoid it. Would need to take steps, and we've heard about pump stations being, pumps being duplicated. We've heard about backup supplies. We've heard about generators. It would seem to me that if the council has a performance target like that, then it is an actual meaningful target, and they, if they kill fish, they're therefore in court being prosecuted by themselves or something like that.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, and it is about having effective systems and processes to prevent it happening in the first place.
Yeah,
and but also response in the event that things do go bad. Yeah.
So wet weather overflows are highly unlikely to have any. From what you say, you can't really distinguish the benthic communities upstream and downstream of the Wainui Road Road overflow point.
Yeah, it's correct. I didn't detect any effect of the wet weather overflows.
Yeah. So wet weather overflows are also highly unlikely to result in any fish kills if that's the case.
Yes, that's correct.
So it seems like a reasonable target for both wet and dry weather overflows.
I suppose it comes down to significance. If it's a very rare event and it's a confined area that it's occurring into, and you're killing maybe half a dozen eels, is that significant? I don't know. It's possibly not ecologically significant. It could be culturally significant. I wouldn't speak to that, but I think that's what you have to consider, is how significant is the issue. Okay. And it's not all it's not all like with like, it could be a major, or it could be just a really minor event, and whether it's worth putting in something that covers all those situations is something for you to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Shane. You touch on an issue that's dear to my heart, and I'm sure to a lot of other people, and it's kaimoana. But I take it from what you've described in your evidence in chief, which is paragraph 13 and 14, essentially, that it was a desktop review that you referred to the various species of kaimoana that are in here. And I'd be interested in knowing what the science is actually telling us about these various species, I guess, of kaimoana.
What we found was very little in the way of shellfish up the river, apart from small ones which were really below edible size, and that was cockles. You might get pippy in the more in the channel area, but it's probably not, you'd have to work pretty hard to harvest them, and I don't even know if they'd be there. But there's certainly fish that use the estuarine area, and so I'm sure that some of those fish are caught and are still important kaimoana species for the estuary. The question is what impact, I suppose, that the discharge is having on those, and potentially there could be a health impact, but that's not my area of expertise. But I would be surprised if it's having much of an impact on the use of the estuary or the fish health.
Just as a matter of interest, how far up, these rivers, is it estuarine? Is it possible to say you can only go so far up and it
Well,
ceases being estuarine?
It certainly goes, it's saline kilometres inland.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and certainly at the town edge, in terms of the Tarahuru, it's still quite salty up there. So that's how far it goes up. So it goes beyond that. Up the Waimata, probably not as far. You wouldn't get, because it's a larger catchment and bigger freshwater flows, but still kilometres up.
And all these rivers are pretty much open to any species of fish to go in and out of.
Yeah, and some of this, like the Kaimoana species, like mullet or eel, or that will go across the freshwater to saline interface.
Generally speaking, how far up a river would it of species like kingfish go? I mean, I was quite intrigued when I saw kingfish in this list, for example.
I don't think they'd go too far up into the freshwater stuff. So they're mainly a saltwater species.
Okay.
It's a pretty hard thing for a fish to do, is to cross that salt to freshwater boundary, and there's, you've got to be a pretty special fish to be able to do that.
And to say, as you've said in paragraph 13, that the quality of Gisborne's freshwater urban streams and rivers tends to be poor. What does poor mean?
Well, if you look at it, I'm sure you saw some of the streams when you drove around yesterday.
Yeah.
What you would have noticed probably is that they don't have a natural path. So they've been straightened. A lot of them have been piped, or they're just open, become swales in places, open swales. They've got no vegetation cover, so they'll be warm. They'd have high contaminant levels. And some of them, things like zinc and copper, probably.
Yeah.
So
you kind of partly answered my follow-up question, which was going to be around, is the ecology more affected by open water or where it's going through pipes and that sort of stuff, and
all of those things. The thing is, in an urban environment, you're not affected by one thing. You're affected by multiple stresses.
And were you involved in any of the tangata whenua exchanges and stuff? Okay. No. Great. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, so in paragraph 7 of your commentary, you talk about these couple of discharge points that had high numbers of small cockles. This is Peel Street and Wainui Road.
Yep.
So what's the significance of that?
These cockles are quite a sensitive species. So two things. One is the Kaimoana species, and they're also sensitive to things like sediment and stormwater contaminants. So finding them in those locations gave me some comfort, I suppose, that the effects of the discharges weren't that significant.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure whether it was significant because they were small, meaning a bad thing, or was it significant that they were in high numbers, which means there's not a problem?
Yeah, so it's more the latter.
Okay, so that's a good thing.
sign.
Good. Okay, that's good to hear. And just to get us a feel for how you view the scale of effects and where it sits with regard to some of the policies. So you talk about the dry weather overflows. You say cannot be discounted if they make their way into streams and water courses. And you say the effects are significant, albeit short term. So on that scale of minor or less than minor or more than minor, how would you rate those dry weather overflow incidents from an ecological perspective?
I think you've got to put it in the context of the temporal aspect. So they're infrequent.
Yes.
The scale of impact, which is probably in 90% of the time, is very localized. And then the scale of what the consent covers. which is basically the town. And when you put it into all of those contexts, you would, I'd put it in down in the minor.
Okay, so
But having said that, you can have one event that can cause a significant localized impact. So it's on the town scale, I'd say minor. On the site scale, it might be significant. And that would depend on the volume of material that's being discharged, the nature of the wastewater, whether, for instance, to contain trade waste or some other stuff that contain contaminants besides your typical organic matter.
Yep.
And yeah, and the size of the receiving environment. So is it a small tributary or is it a large one? And yes, so depending on all those factors.
Sure. Okay. No, that's helpful to get your view on that. And just with reference, there's a reference in one of the documents to the coastal policy statement, policy 21. Yeah, which talks about where the quality of water in the coastal environment has deteriorated in terms of restricting existing uses such as aquaculture, shellfish gathering, and cultural activities. So you're able to comment on the scale of this discharge in terms of this policy. So I take it you're saying for the wet weather overflows, you can't really distinguish it from everything else that's happening.
Yeah, that's correct.
But for the dry weather overflows, how would it sit in terms of being?
Can you just repeat those again?
Yeah, so it says where the quality of water in the coastal environment has deteriorated so that, and then I just go to the end of it where it talks about the effect is to restrict existing uses such as aquaculture, shellfish gathering, and cultural activities.
I think that in terms of those shellfish gathering and that sort of stuff, that's not an ecological effect. That's a human health effect, and so I'm probably not the right person to talk to me about those aspects.
Okay. Yep. No. Fair enough. Yeah. No. I think that'll do that. I think I've got a fair idea where you're coming from. So no, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Shane.
Where are we at?
Do we want to have a break for a quarter of an hour now, or do we want to wait for No, we'll have a break.
So just in terms of the rest of the day, we've got Pete Wilson and Chris Dana, if he's here.
Yeah.
And then that settles it, because you're going to go tomorrow or Thursday. We're probably going to.
Yeah. Okay.
So we've just got 2 witnesses to go.
Let's
on
go.
this issue.
Okay. Let's go and have a break for a quarter of an hour. And if you can get Bridget to say if that was a 10-minute rainfall or not. Pardon? It wasn't a 10-minute rainfall in Auckland, that's for sure. Thank you.
coastal scientist. I have the qualifications and experiences outlined in my evidence in chief. My analysis of state and environment data showed that there are at times elevated levels of contaminants, with those contaminants being fecal bacteria, sediments, nutrients, and heavy metals. And they're in the Taruhiri River, the Waimata River, Waikanai Stream, and Kopua Whakapata Stream. And these are unrelated to wastewater overflows. During routine sampling by the council, the primary source of these contaminants was in the upper catchment. With regard to enterococci concentrations, so this is the fecal bacteria indicator, all sites except Takas on the Taruhiri River and Harini on the Kopua Whakapata Stream were within the urban freshwater management unit's annual median guideline of 280. So that's similarly the recreational water quality guideline. No sites, however, were within the urban freshwater management unit 95th percentile guideline of 500 CFU per 100 mil. Because these data excluded wet weather overflow events, the source of the microbial contamination must have been from non-wastewater overflow catchment sources, particularly those in the upper catchment. The levels of enterococci in the Kopua Whakapata Stream suggest chronic microbial contamination. Total nitrogen, total phosphorus, and total suspended solids all exceeded the relevant guideline values at all sites, indicating elevated background levels of these contaminants in the rivers. Ammonia, looking at toxicity, was low at all sites, and median concentrations were well below the toxicity guideline value. Metal concentrations were below the analytical level of detection in most samples. However, they were at times up to an order of magnitude higher than their respective guideline values. These high levels are likely to be associated with heavy rain events and most likely derived from urban stormwater. Now looking at the effects of the wet weather overflows. GDC records indicate that wet weather overflows occurred on average 2.5 times per year from 2006 until 2019 during heavy rainfall. The greatest difficulty when assessing the effects of wet weather overflows on water quality is distinguishing the effects of the overflow from those resulting from catchment-derived contaminants that are washed into the waterway, which also contribute to the degraded water quality. A rain-only event was sampled during March in 2018 when there was heavy rainfall, but there were no wastewater overflows. I use that as a point of reference. So in this context, the effect of wet weather overflows on water quality is the further increase in contaminant levels over and above the levels measured during rainfall without any overflows. The most notable effect of wet weather overflows on water quality is a large increase in fecal bacteria. Fecal bacteria concentrations can be up to twice as high than during a rainfall event with no wastewater overflows. However, fecal bacteria concentrations exceeded the recreational water quality guidelines during heavy rainfall with and without wastewater overflows. That's that value of 280 CFU per 100 mil. This indicates that the water was highly likely to be unsuitable for swimming at these times, even in the absence of overflows. Wastewater overflows also contribute to the level of nutrients, including ammonia, total suspended sediments, and metals. However, the dominant source of these contaminants during heavy rainfall is typically catchment that is non-wastewater derived. Contaminants in the river return to pre-event concentrations within about 48 hours of the rainfall event. This period is no longer than would be expected following heavy rainfall with no overflows. In general, wet weather overflows are unlikely to be the primary cause for the Gisborne urban rivers to not meet the water quality objectives for the Gisborne Urban Freshwater Management Unit in the Tairāwhiti Resource Management Plan. The relevant objectives are for dissolved oxygen, nitrate, looking specifically at toxicity, ammonia for toxicity, and enterococci. The likely exception to this is for enterococci. The large but infrequent increase in enterococci concentrations during an overflow event has the potential to affect the 95th percentile water quality objective, but not the median objective, or unlikely to be the median objective. GDC is committed to upgrading wastewater and stormwater systems and reducing the frequency and volumes of overflows as part of its drain-wise wastewater discharge reduction program, which you've heard a lot about today. Reductions in the frequency and volume of wastewater discharges are likely to result in overall improvements of water quality in the Gisborne urban rivers. Of the known dry weather overflows in the past 5 years, approximately 25% of these have reached a waterway, that is less than 2 per year. To assess the potential effects of a dry weather overflow, I took a highly conservative approach and estimated the potential concentrations of enterococci to look at human health and ammonia to look at ecological health in a large and small river, with those being the Taruhiru and the Kopua Whakapata, respectively. I also assumed that the dry weather overflow had a volume of 2,000 litres and was discharged over a period of 2 hours, and that this entire discharge reached the waterway, which is really the case. As such, the assessment provided a worst case scenario. A large overflow event would likely result in enterococci concentrations exceeding the recreational water quality guidelines of 280 CFU per 100 mil, indicating that water would not be suitable for swimming near the discharge point. Flushing by the river and tides will likely return the water quality to ambient conditions within 12 to 24 hours following the overflow event. I note that smaller overflow volumes, for example, 100 litres, would be unlikely to result in enterococci concentrations that exceed the water quality guidelines. Regarding ecosystem health, ammonia concentrations are only likely to exceed the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020 annual maximum bottom line if a large overflow was to happen into a small water body, such as the Kopua Whakapata stream. This suggests that, based on the data available, dry weather overflows are unlikely to cause adverse effects to aquatic fauna with regard to ammonia toxicity unless a large volume with high ammonia concentrations is discharged into a small stream. Overall, dry weather overflows have the potential to cause a waterway to not meet the 1-day minimum dissolved oxygen water quality objective in the Tairāwhiti Management Plan, but they would be highly unlikely to cause the waterway to not meet the 7-day mean objective. In a similar manner to wet weather overflows, dry weather overflows have the potential to affect the 95th percentile enterococci objective, but are unlikely to affect the median objective.
Thank you, Pete.
Yeah, just a couple of I think fairly minor questions. So yeah, that's a good summary, and you've pointed out some areas where the discharges might cause exceedance of maximums or 95th percentile, and I think dissolved oxygen is another one from your table 5. Just wondering if you can characterize those effects in terms of minor or less than minor or more than minor effects and why. So I guess I'm specifically talking about I think as you've described it, the 1 day for dry weather overflows, the 1-day dissolved oxygen, the ammonia toxicity compared to the NPSFM maximum, and the enterococci compared to the 95th percentile. So that, I think those are all the effects you've identified as where it could cause exceedance of those targets. So is that
yeah, that's right. So
more than
sort of
minor
want
or
to,
a minor effect or less than minor? And why?
I mean, it's as Dr. Kelly had mentioned as well, it's part of scale, and these are relatively infrequent events. And so I would say overall it'd be no more than minor at the most. Yeah, but purely due to the infrequent nature.
Yeah, yeah. But I guess when they're affecting a maximum limit in the NPSFM, when it only has to happen once. Or, and perhaps similarly for a 95th percentile. So
yeah, I mean, that I guess that's a consideration. So the new NPSFM limit for ammonia is much lower, substantially lower than it was. And there were, I believe, issues with the waterway meeting those under various conditions with the dry weather overflows.
yeah, yeah. So if you don't meet an NPSFM standard, is that a more than minor effect?
Is that a planning question?
Okay.
I'd be happy to respond to it. Yeah, Mara.
Sure. Okay, you can tell us then. Okay, that'll be good. And yeah, you've mentioned the impact obviously greater with small streams. And this again probably isn't a question for you, but it would be interesting to have a schedule perhaps of where the regular overflow points occur into small streams, or how many and where are these small streams? Because it seems to be lots of the monitoring and modelling has been done in the larger rivers, but you're indicating potential adverse effects in small streams. But I guess I don't have a good feel for where and how many of these small streams there are. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think, all of the monitoring, the proactive monitoring is done around the wet weather overflows because those locations are predictable and they are manually opened. The dry weather overflows obviously
could be anywhere,
anytime. And, the focus, I guess, is on preventing it getting to a waterway and fixing the issue.
Yeah, so I guess where I'm getting at is just trying to get a feel for, when you say, well, this could be dry weather overflows causing problems, exceedances of these guidelines in small waterways, how, where and how many of these small waterways are there where that might occur? So if you or someone from the council is able to give us some sense of the number of waterways and how extensive they are, that would be useful, I think.
Yeah, that's right. The only thing I might add, if you may, is a lot of those guideline values are very much developed around chronic effects as well. Obviously, the ammonium bottom line is the bottom line, but over an extended period of time. So these are over a infrequent short period of time as well. So the potential to affect aquatic organisms, for example, is limited by a shorter duration, unless it's a really high concentration going in and sort of kills them in a quick event.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, so maybe if someone can just give us a bit more information about it. I suspect that's not a question for you, well, unless you want to.
I prefer not touching the planning matters.
Sure, okay, no, that was all.
Good, thanks. As I read it, what was the two potential concerns about overflows are low dissolved oxygen, which might be dry weather overflows, and ammonia toxicity, which again seems like to be dry weather overflows rather than wet weather overflows. Just looking at the NPS, because I was looking at your table 4 and trying to work out why it was so conservative. Because what it says is numeric attribute status based on pH 8 and temperature in 20 degrees. So I think pH and temperature base increase free ammonia, which is the toxic component, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
So my question to you is probably impossible. Do you know what the TRNP guidelines are?
For ammonia, yeah, those are the previous NPS guidelines. So they
no, sorry, the TRNP ones. Do you know if they're adjusted for?
Oh yes, they will be around for toxicity. They will be adjusted to pH 8 as well. So I do in my report, I do adjust everything to pH 8 for those analyses as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are those targets, the NPS targets, are they realistic in your view? Or a discharge? I've got the NPS on the screen.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look at my report for those general values as well. Sorry, I'll just find where the ammonia section is.
I think you made a comment about it somewhere, but I can't find it.
So in my report, I don't know if you have my report in front of you, but that's where I reviewed some of the background concentrations of river water quality. So it's not in my evidence as in my report, so I can just describe it to you.
Okay, sure.
Essentially, it was all of the routine sampling data, and I had adjusted that to pH 8 compare for toxicity.
Yeah.
And some of the routine, or quite a number of those routine background concentrations, and this isn't even in heavy rainfall, do exceed that 0.4 maximum bottom line. So this is routine background water quality, no contribution of heavy rainfall. So I think, I mean, with the addition of a water overflow, for sure, that bottom line is going to be tough.
I suspect a lot of rivers and streams, lowland streams in New Zealand would actually exceed that bottom line. And when I looked at the numbers, I thought this is pretty daft, to be quite honest. But I think they'll love the NPS. So, but they are highly conservative standards.
They are, and I guess as you heard from Dr. Kelly, the fauna that are in the stream as well are not necessarily the highly sensitive ones. You mentioned cockles, which are there, but I guess, you know, there's the those standards are developed to protect, say, is it 95% of species, of all species that could be there. So the most sensitive species are not necessarily present in these rivers.
And the toxin most likely to kill eels in a dry weather flow would be ammonia, or
That is
like
correct, yeah. I mean,
most
nitrate also potentially, but I've not seen that any of those
No,
levels in the information
No.
presented to me.
My reading of it is it's most likely ammonia, or maybe very low DO and ammonia.
Yeah, that's
combination.
correct.
Okay. I don't think I've got any more questions other than I don't think putting ammonia or DO standard on discharge is an appropriate way to go. I think you've got to look at avoidance of the effects rather than avoidance of concentrations.
Thank you.
Question. Any other questions of Pete, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you. Just wait till we get your evidence. Can I call you Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thank you. My full name is Christopher Ayokune Dada. I am an environmental microbiologist at QMRE Data Expert, where I provide specialist expertise in microbiology, QMRE, and predictive modeling. I have outlined my qualifications and experience in my evidence in chief. QMRE is a tool for estimating human health risk from exposure to pathogens via various environmental sources, e.g. water. As documented in literature, QMRE is typically described as a sequence of 4 steps: hazard identification, exposure assessment, dose response assessment, and risk characterization. I have explained this framework in my evidence in chief. Using this QMRE framework, I undertook an assessment and produced a report for GDC titled Quantitative Health Risk Assessment for Wastewater Discharges into City Rivers, which was included as Appendix M to the application. Consistent with other New Zealand QMREs, the focus was on gastrointestinal illnesses and acute respiratory illness risk, abbreviated as GI and AFRI, respectively. To calculate the likelihood of the health outcome, pathogen concentrations in recreational water potentially impacted by wastewater are converted into exposure doses, which are then applied to established dose response functions for each of the pathogens considered. Now, risk characterization was conducted using Monte Carlo simulations, which model a variety of scenarios and help to account for variability and uncertainty in estimated health risk. Related risks are expressed as individual illness risks and classified into 4 groups in relation to the New Zealand Recreational Water Quality Guidelines. That's the MFE, MOE, Ministry of Health 2003 guidelines. Now, these groups are the no observable adverse effects level, popularly called NOEL, low illness risk, we have moderate illness risk, and we have the high illness risk. The ideal health outcome is that the predicted illness risk fall below the NOEL for both GI and AFRI. A precautionary and conservative approach was adopted in the Gisborne overflow QMRE, as was also recognized by the technical review.
This was achieved by accounting for extremely high influent virus concentrations or pathogen concentrations that occur during ongoing but undetected illness outbreaks in the community. Assuming the one conservative approach that was also used was to assume that the wastewater overflow is not diluted by stormwater, when in fact the wastewater overflow are diluted at a rate of at least 4 parts stormwater and 1 part wastewater. I also reported children illness risk as opposed to the general lower adult risk. Then I also included a dilution only scenario in that we did not factor in the solar UV-based inactivation that occurs when, during exposure to sunlight. I also applied a bioaccumulation factor to shellfish. Now, a key objective of the QMRA was to estimate health risk before and after the improvement. Before and after improvement to the stormwater network. That is, with the proposed future changes delivered through GDC's Drain-Wise program result in an improvement over existing conditions. Now, the QMRA result predicts that the proposed future changes delivered through GDC's Drain-Wise program will result in a significant improvement over existing conditions. Health risks based on all responses considered, that is in relation to GI and AFRI, following accidental ingestion or inhalation of water, are significantly reduced and lower than the status quo. Also, the predicted health risks are less than the NOEL, that is the no observable adverse effects level. Low to moderate health risk following consumption of raw shellfish harvested from some site within the receiving environment 24 hours after an overflow event are still predicted in relation to overflow discharges during future improved conditions. Again, it is critical to note the very conservative nature of the health risk assessment that was undertaken, including that there is no dilution of wastewater in a wet weather overflow. It should also be noted that the frequency of overflow events reduces significantly over time, and therefore the likelihood of an overflow event also reduces significantly. GDC actions notification of the public and signage when overflows occur, as set in my evidence in chief. I consider such approach as a key way of managing health risk associated with overflows. I understand that Council is currently considering permanent signages at shellfish gathering locations to discourage shellfish collection. I consider such signages as important as they would assist in managing health risk associated with other inputs unrelated to this application, including closed landfills, urban and agricultural runoff. One issue that I've identified is the persistence of viruses in shellfish following an overflow event. I have recommended that shellfish samples are collected from sites impacted by the discharge and assessed for enteric viruses and E. coli. This will assist in better understanding and managing health risk associated with shellfish collection and consumption. I understand that Council has proposed a condition of consent requiring the undertaking of this assessment. It should also be noted that the health risk assessment report predicts the risk of illness during / immediately after an overflow event. GDC has advised that implementation of the Drain-Wise program will reduce the frequency of the wet weather overflows from an average of 2.5 per year to less than 1 per 2 years. So not only does the health risk following an overflow event reduce, but the likelihood of an overflow occurring also decreases significantly. I am aware that there has recently been media reporting regarding concerns about whether wet weather overflow events are capable of causing non-enteric or non-respiratory infections among waterway users, such as skin infections caused by contact with the potentially polluted water. These matters are not explicitly raised in submissions. These concerns may include some preconceived notions of health risk, as is typical for water-related skin infections documented in literature. Notwithstanding, out of an abundance of caution, therefore, a risk assessment was conducted in relation to a pathogen that has been related to skin infections following exposure to potentially polluted recreational water, that is Staphylococcus aureus. As explained in my evidence in chief, the predicted infection probability following full body immersion is extremely low. This is not surprising, as previous risk assessment studies in New Zealand, for instance, Stott and Hodgson 2019, have reported that Staph aureus has a relatively low infectivity and that extremely high concentrations of cells will be required to cause skin infections following exposure to potentially polluted water. Consistent with the approach used by previous New Zealand QMRAs for wastewater discharge, the predicted risk reported in the Gisborne QMRA are only incremental risks that occur as a result of an overflow event, that is attributable risk. However, it is important to note that the baseline water quality of the city rivers is subject to the influence of land use in the upstream catchment, as well as from other urban discharges. Even without the overflow discharge events, background microbial water quality will continue to be impacted by upstream land use activities and discharges from the urban area. The QMRA does not capture risk present in baseline conditions, such as non-event days or non-event periods. For instance, while the QMRA results indicate that attributable risk associated with contact recreation in the future overflow discharge scenario are below the no observable adverse effect level, risk present in the baseline conditions of the river may already be at high levels due to other discharges from the urban area. I note that Council is already in the process of applying a catchment-wide approach that considers contamination by wastewater, stormwater, closed landfills, and agricultural runoff. GDC has advised that the 14 QMRA exposure sites used for assessment of health risk associated with recreation and shellfish gathering were quite extensive. Nonetheless, I do agree with the recommendation of Kiwa Engagement Group report as stated in section 9.35 of the S42A officers report, that GDC will need to work more with local groups to identify further at-risk sites and locations relevant to recreation, shellfish gathering, and to other Maori resource use practices. As stated in my evidence in chief, Council already has projects and processes underway to address other contaminant sources that are not related to this application, including wastewater, stormwater, closed landfills, and agricultural runoff, which I do support as part of a catchment-wide integrated approach to managing risk. In relation to dry weather overflow, I note that Council has a multifaceted approach to overflow prevention, management, and response, which I do support, to address health risk associated with this type of overflows. It's important to note also that they are relatively infrequent occurrences. Consent conditions should ensure that these discharges are managed to the extent possible with appropriate monitoring and reporting if they do occur, along with notification protocols and procedures, which will manage any potential health risk in an appropriate manner. Thank you.
You say in your evidence in chief, let me find it. You do the best for jargon for the day. You do the best for abbreviations for the day. GI.
Thank you.
No L, QRNA. You say in your evidence in chief at paragraph 34, to understand that in its second part, to understand the persistence of viruses and to inform future monitoring, I recommend that shellfish samples are collected from sites impacted by a discharge. Have you had a look at the draft condition of consent attached to Mr. Mayhew's evidence?
Yes, I have.
I've had a look at it too, and what I'm not clear about, it says within 2 years following the commencement of the consent holder shall implement a program to monitor viruses in shellfish following a wet water overflow. The assist blah, blah, blah. Purpose is this shall include monitoring of representative sites where shellfish are regularly collected of more than one overflow event.
Yeah.
And baseline conditions at 2, 4, and 6, at least 2, 4, and 6 following an event. What I'm not clear about is where you think that monitoring should take place. I know there was a map appended to your evidence which showed a number of potential sites out in the bay where contaminants could exist and or persistent viruses could exist. Are you able to help either us or help Ian define some sites where that would be appropriate? Please.
Thank you, sir. As much as I would like to help out, in instances like this, it pays to carry local groups along. I would recommend that the GDC, as they have been doing, I want more of it. I want GDC to engage local users, local iwi groups, to identify more at-risk sites that are, peculiar to them. So I feel in that way, the sampling becomes more representative. And then in terms of capturing health risk, it doesn't make sense to just say, oh, well, maybe you sample here, there, and there, whereas it's not being used. So from capturing health risk perspective, I would suggest that the council works more and more with local iwi groups to identify for that risk sites.
So there should be sites where shellfish are collected reasonably regularly. So that would be offshore. How many sites would you think it would be appropriate to monitor? Would it be half a dozen in that sort of ballpark? Recognizing it's not cheap to go and sample a whole lot of shellfish at a whole lot of locations.
It's tricky, but then I still, because the environmental samples, they tend to, the variability within environmental samples is quite an issue, because if you collect samples, close by 3 separate sites, you might get different concentrations, and so in that case, I will still suggest that a representative site for each of the locations be just picked, and and Met Ocean has done a lot of modeling in terms of the hydrodynamic dilution, and I do believe the Gisborne District Council can make use of some of the data, presented in the spatial plot of the residual concentrations following dilutions in here to also guide such discussions.
So would it also be appropriate that monitoring was done after a relatively large overflows rather than small overflows?
It's difficult to say, but I would suggest that was why I suggested that the monitoring is done at least after 4 overflow, 2 to 4 overflow events. So it captures a range of scenarios. Now, currently I was told it's the wet weather overflows occurs once every, after the improvements, it's going to be reduced to once every 2 years, so it takes a lot of time. So, but that was why I just felt, okay, because if you just capture what happens immediately after a single wet weather overflow, it may not be representative of, so that was why I felt consistent with literature, that they should conduct the monitoring at least after 2 or 3 wet weather flow events. In that way, they're able to have a complete picture from a statistical perspective.
And how sensitive are the analyses to pick up viruses within shellfish? Are they reliable, or is my understanding of viruses is they're pretty, as Dr. Bloomfield would say, pretty tricky things. And would they persist for any length of time in that sort of environment?
Yeah, and that remains a major question that we still do not have answers to. There are still questions surrounding how long the viruses will persist within the shellfish tissues. Because shellfish, they are known to bow to filter food, and over time they trap lots of yes. So once you have this concentrated concentrations within those tissues, we wouldn't know for how long they would be there. That was why the recommendation was made to conduct the sampling 2 weeks, 4 weeks, and 6 weeks following an overflow event. In that way, we're able to see, that the concentrations have reduced. If they're actually there, we can say if it has reduced over time, and then it's also going to help with their risk management approach.
Thank you.
Thanks for that information. I accept what you're saying, that your analysis is just on the effects of these particular overflow discharges. And I don't do QMRA, but I had imagined that perhaps you might do an analysis of the situation without the wastewater overflows and then with them. So you assess the cumulative risk, but is that not the way these assessments are done? Or if they were done and you were looking at the relative impact of these discharges to the cumulative effects, do you have any comment on what that might show?
In running QMRAs, I thank you for your question. Anyway, it's a critical stage in running a QMRA to come up with a research question that you want to answer. So this is a potential research question to compare baseline versus overflow, conditions.
Is the cumulative cumulative risk?
Yes. Yeah. But the concern with using this approach is that, for instance, in the past 1 year, they've not had a single wet weather overflow based on what based on the information we got from GDC. So in that way, it's impossible for us to, adequately simulate overflow conditions in the modeling. And then consistent with previous New Zealand QMRAs, all the focus is on attributable risk. Leave whatever is there. You want to separate risk as a result of a discharge from whatever is there. It's an approach that has been used consistently over the years, and historically, the QMRAs have been done in New Zealand environments for wastewater treatment plant discharges.
Okay.
The approach used here is what we've used. They just focus on the wastewater discharge, and then it goes into the hydrodynamic model provided by a third party, whether DHI or Met Ocean, and then it produces dilution factors. And then the dilution factors will be used to estimate exposure doses, and then that feeds into dose response functions, and then that gets translated into risk. So the risk predicted is now just for the discharge.
Yeah, it just seemed to me you could have a situation where if you break down all the components, all of them individually might look like they're beneath the NOEL level, but when they combine, maybe they're not.
Yeah.
Is that
it's
a possible outcome?
It's
Or am I
tricky. It's
on the wrong path.
okay. All right, sir. It's tricky. We can't use your approach because it's not a continuous discharge. For instance, if I'm assuming I'm having a river, and there's a discharge somewhere here, and I can use your approach if I'm having a continuous discharge. In that case, I can get samples here, get the pathogen concentrations and find out what they are, and then get samples here downstream of the discharge, and then compare them, and then you can come up, with a conclusion and says, oh yeah, the discharge increases the existing risk by, So, but this is not a continuous discharge. It's infrequent, and so. In that case, it's difficult to use this approach, without discharge versus with discharge. We can't use that approach because it's the discharge is infrequent. Sorry, it's not a continuous discharge. Yeah.
Okay. And so does the frequency of the discharge, does that feed into your calculation?
It's fed into the BHI, the Met Ocean modeling.
Yes.
They are the ones who do all the AIR, so we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just take their results.
Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't look at dry weather overflows?
No, I didn't look at dry weather overflows for two reasons. First, in terms of the volume, compared to the wet weather overflows, just comparatively little. Then two, I was advised by GDC that they really reach waterways. So based on that, we didn't consider it in the QMRA. So the QMRA was for wet weather overflows.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just helpful to get a feel for what your information does cover and doesn't cover. So
yeah,
that's all good.
All right,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Chris, please? Julie?
Well, just through the chair, I just wanted to check with you on the on your evidence in chief. In paragraphs 32 and 35, you're describing various notification and health warning signage measures that the applicant has in place. And you refer to them as being highly effective with respect to mitigating risk associated with shellfish gathering. And I just wondered what evidence exists locally to confirm how effective those various measures are.
Yeah, the reason why I put that sentence there is that from a risk perspective, you consider exposure. Exposure is critical in terms of determining whether or not there would be a certain level of risk. Now, although the QMI predict that there will still be some risk, but if you're able to come up with a management approach that prevents exposure, you've addressed it. You've addressed that risk. So when I reviewed, what they do in terms, what GDC does in terms of notifying the public and getting them aware that an overflow has occurred, you do not need to gather shellfish here, and even up to 5 days after the event, I feel it's robust enough. Yeah, I feel it's robust enough. It's getting the people away from the shellfish at that point in time. That's what these efforts, work towards, and that was why I said they are highly effective, because in terms of preventing exposure. I mean, exposure in terms of preventing people from harvesting shellfish from those potentially polluted sites. I use the term potentially polluted, carefully, because they're just based on modeling. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for your help. So we will adjourn for the day. We will recommence at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Have I got that right, Katarina? Thank you. We will commence at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We're in your hands as to how you want to approach the matters raised earlier and how Ian wants to approach summarising his evidence or opening it for questions or highlighting particular matters. We're quite open to that. So we'll just leave that open in the meantime. And then when we've finished with Ian, we will hear from the submitters. We'll try and get through all the submitters tomorrow. If we can't, some of them might have to come on Thursday, but we will do our level best. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I wish you a dry trip home, if that's appropriate. And thank you all for your time. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my apologies. You were where I was.
I just want to stand up and say, oh, good point.
My grandthings.